Genesee County Board of Commissioners meeting is called to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Lloyd. Present. Commissioner Winfrey.
Here.
Commissioner Getzinger. Commissioner Brown. Here. Commissioner Avery.
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Present.
Commissioner Cousineau.
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill.
Here.
Commissioner Flewelling.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've asked Commissioner Lloyd if he would do the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Lloyd.
Thank you. Let us bow and pray. Gracious God, we thank you for another day. Even the more, we thank you for gifting to us a gift that no other competitor can provide, and that's the opportunity to be alive on a day like today. Lord, we thank you that you have chosen not just this board, but every person in this room to be representatives of you to serve the interests of the community. And now I ask that you will be with us tonight as we meet every public speaker, every community activist and advocate that's in the room, and even this board as we conduct the business of the people of Genesee County. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have before us the minutes from our February 18th, 2026 meeting. What's your pleasure?
Move it.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. We have our minutes from our February 25th, 2026 meeting. What is your pleasure?
Move it.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. We now come to public address. Everyone who wishes to do so has 2 minutes. I understand the prosecutor would like to go first, so I'm going to grant him that ability to do so. Those of you that wish to speak starting after the prosecutor finishes, if you would line up on my left, your right, we ask that you state your name and your city, village, township of residence. Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, good evening. A quick update on happenings at the prosecutor's office. I've compiled some statistics that I'd like to share with you. First, in the calendar year 2025, prosecuting attorney's office reviewed 7,822 warrant requests. Of that number, 5,426 were charged. Of that number, 3,341 were felonies, 1,248 misdemeanors. Of the 5,426 felonies charged, 657 of those were juvenile cases. In calendar year 2026, as of today, we've reviewed 1,516 criminal referrals. 958 of those have been charged. Of that number, 582 are felonies, 233 misdemeanors, 110 juvenile cases. In calendar year 2025, we picked 45 juries in circuit court, which is a lot. Of those 45, 11 were criminal sexual conduct cases, 13 homicides, 10 assault with intent to murder or great bodily harm cases. The rest were firearms, drugs, and resisting and obstructing. In addition to that, we selected 22 abuse and neglect jurisdiction jury trials, and those would be in family court, and we did mental commitment hearings in probate court. So far in this calendar year, we've picked 13 juries, including 3 more today, which will take us to 16 as we started the Baby Messiah drive-by shooting case today. Of those 13, we have guilty verdicts for felony drunk driving, murder, assault with intent to murder, distribution of methamphetamines and firearms, child abandonment, criminal sexual conduct, and just last week, you might have seen this on the news last night, we convicted a gentleman named Cody Ishmael of assault with intent to murder The jury was out about an hour, found him guilty as charged. So we're busy, we're doing a lot. Those are the latest statistics. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Public address starts now, and there are 2 minutes. You'll hear a beep once we get to the 2 minutes. Given the number of folks that wish to speak, we'll let you go a little bit after 2 if you need a few more words in. But try to keep it succinct. So please state your name and where you live.
Yes, my name is Kathy McGee, and I'm a longtime resident of this Genesee County, and I currently live in Fenton, Sean. And I am a longtime supporter of the cultural center institutions here in Genesee County. I couldn't be more proud of what Genesee County has done to help our young people understand the true value of music and art and culture. Step inside any one of our local museums, a planetarium or other cultural centers, and you'll see what I call an undeniable spark. As an educator, I've seen that spark in children often. And it's a spark that they don't get that from playing video games or being on Netflix or being on their phone. It's very different than that. It's very important to our educational system. And Genesee County does it really, really well. The Education and Cultural Enrichment Millage helps keep that spark alive for kids of all ages, not just kids, for us adult kids as well. All ages, all backgrounds, and all incomes. As a longtime educator, I can tell you that arts and cultural programs and field trips supported by the Millage provide amazing learning opportunities beyond the classroom. And that goes for all Genesee County students, whether you live in Fenton or Flushing or Flint or Swartz Creek or any of the wonderful villages and towns and cities in this county. The value of this affordable millage for our family cannot be overstated. I take the kids to the movies and then I walk away $100 less in my pocket. It takes a lot of money to do anything these days, but this is money well spent. Local parents can spend that money very easily on one trip, and this millage allows that all year long. Thanks to the millage, Genesee County families can access world-class art, music, history, and more for free or reduced admission. I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart to please consider supporting these opportunities for our kids and families by placing the millage renewal on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Next public speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sally Andori. I'm an employee representative on the Healthcare Coalition. The coalition was established by a letter of agreement between the Board of Commissioners and all union bargaining units. Today, I am speaking on behalf of several of those coalition members and their respective bargaining units. The coalition was created to address the rising cost of employee health care through shared oversight, meaningful input, flexibility, and improved purchasing power by evaluating plans based on the entire employee population. Our responsibility is to review existing plans and make informed recommendations, either to continue with those current plans or pursue alternatives that reduce healthcare costs for both employees and the county, while preserving essential high-quality medical, dental, and vision benefits. Excuse me. Another critical responsibility of the coalition is to help educate employees about the healthcare benefits and options, gather their input, their consent when changes are proposed. Employees need to trust that their representatives are knowledgeable and actively engaged. For that trust to exist, the coalition must have the time and information needed to evaluate healthcare recommendations and decisions. Since inception, the coalition received the proposed healthcare rates in advance of the general employee population, typically during our March meeting. The advance notice allowed us to review, research, question, and fully understand the numbers before employees came to us with questions. It also provided the opportunity to offer feedback or request changes before rates were released to the public. This year, that process changed without any prior discussion with the coalition group. On Monday, March 5th, our coalition received an email from HR that stated, "Coalition members, we are changing our approach to releasing employee health care rates. In light of employee responses and conversations with commissioners last year, I felt a need to handle the matter differently. This year, Plant Moran will have a presentation during the board meeting on March 18th. During that meeting, they will review the rates and the factors leading to them. We will circulate an all-employee announcement of the March 18th meeting so they can attend, tune into the live stream, or watch the recording via YouTube. On Thursday, March 19th at 11 a.m., we will have a Healthcare Coalition meeting. So Plant Moran can provide you the deeper dive into the rate creation and answer your questions. In the afternoon of March 19th, we will offer 2 employee engagement sessions at 2 and 4 o'clock. I want you to keep that in mind. A presentation to Healthcare Coalition members at 11 o'clock and a presentation to our bargaining units, to our employees, at 2 and 4 o'clock. I've heard all of you complain about not getting information in time to be able to address concerns of the public, concerns of employees. Coalition members are invited to participate as part of the presentation team if you would like. My hope is this approach will provide opportunity for all employees to engage, and learn. At no point did this email ask for the coalition's input, feedback, or consent. The decision was made for the coalition, not with the coalition. Particularly concerning is the reference to employee responses and conversations with commissioners last year. If concerns existed a year ago, why did they not raise them then? Why wait until the last minute to make such a significant change to the way that rates are delivered to the coalition members? The new schedule now expects coalition members to receive a detailed rate briefing at 11 a.m. and then to participate in employee presentations just a few hours later. That is neither reasonable nor respectful of the coalition's role. Coalition members are expected to think critically, not simply repeat information that's provided to us. We must have time to analyze, research, discuss, compare, and validate information before consultations occur with employees. Previously, the coalition played an active role in preparing, reviewing, and refining employee presentations. That right has been stripped without explanation or consent. Additionally, a high importance email was sent by HR to all employees on Monday, March 16th, inviting employees to attend tonight's Board of Commissioners meeting, where rates would be presented, as well as notification of additional employee meetings to be held the afternoon of Thursday, March 19th. This gave employees very little time to adjust schedules, arrange to attend, make plans for daycare for their children. If we want to improve employee engagement, we must give employees adequate notice to attend meetings. An email on a Monday is not acceptable for a meeting on a Wednesday and a Thursday. Where's the transparency? Where is the inclusion? Employees deserve proper notice to attend these meetings and the opportunity to fully understand the rates and the plans that are available to them. The coalition fully understands and respects the Board of Commissioners' need to receive healthcare information early. Commissioners have people that they must answer to, just as the coalition does. We welcome and encourage collaboration between the coalition and the Board of Commissioners. And I can promise you, I've reached out to several of you and have heard back from one. However, solutions should not come at the expense of partnership. Transparency and collaboration with the coalition could have prevented this entire issue. Coalitions exist for a reason. They're meant to serve as a bridge between leadership and employees. When that bridge is bypassed, communication weakens, trust erodes, and collaborative problem solving becomes much harder. Moving forward, we expect that any significant changes to communication and processes include coalition input. When employees feel informed, they are engaged. When engagement improves, the entire organization benefits. Finally, I want to address the healthcare concern that most directly impacts many of my employee friends back here, the rising cost of healthcare. Employees are experiencing healthcare costs that are far outpacing their annual raises or contractual percentage increases, creating a real and genuine financial strain. The coalition is not raising this concern simply to acknowledge it. We are asking to be a greater part of the solution. We want more opportunities to explore alternatives and opportunities that would provide financial relief for the employees of Genesee County. Whether through evaluating different options like commercial carriers, reviewing existing wage structures, or collaborating on creative solutions, we believe there is value in working together on these issues. This is not about opposition, it's about partnership. The county is limited to what they can contribute to employee health care benefits by the PA 152 hard cap. And the unions truly and genuinely appreciate the county's commitment to funding health care for employees at that maximum level. However, rate increases have real consequences for families. For example, the buy-up plan for a family has increased the last several years from $50.77 per pay to $172.14 per pay. And now it is expected to reach $240.06 per pay. These increases cause significant stress for our employees. Even with the PA 152 hard cap limitations, the county can ease some of this burden. For example, by covering the additional cost of the buy-up plan for vision and dental plans, offering wellness resources such as gym access, or offering weight management programs or other services that would reduce long-term healthcare costs. We demand a seat at the table before decisions are made, especially those that deeply affect the employees who work so hard to keep this county running. We represent them, and we are responsible for bringing their concerns, their needs, and their questions to Plant Moran, to HR, and to you, the Board of Commissioners. These are not just procedural issues, they are cultural ones. They signal respect, build trust, and strengthen the relationship between employees, the coalition, leadership, and the Board of Commissioners. We are committed to working collaboratively and respectfully, but we will demand the same in return. Thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate the extra time to finish.
Thank you. So, next public comment, and just a reminder that we have to stick to the 2 minutes, please. And state your name, if you would, and your residence.
My name is Gina Miller. I do not live in Genesee County. I live in Oakland County, but I've been working for Genesee County since 2009. Year after year, the employees of Genesee County have questioned the rates of health insurance. It's all right. Oh, oh, you're right. Thanks. Have questioned the rates of health insurance, and the county's response is that the small increases of hard cap rates and the unanticipated high usage of GLP-1 medications as core problems. If only one of those things is something that the county can control, why are you not looking into not being self-funded? It has been a money drain that you have all cannot sustain, and that you use as a reason to not provide your employees with living wages and affordable health care. You have asked the employees to buy into your priorities, but just withholding the insurance increase is not transparency. You have told the retirees that you will come up with $300,000 to keep 100 of them on Express Scripts, which does not value your current working employees. During negotiations, your lack of transparency for providing the wage study information as the validity and reliability of a data contained in the study for the unions was not there. Your inability to review our provided numbers from counties and employers that would substantiate a raise, or to hear the voices of some of your department heads, shows that you do not include or value some county workers, and the lack of pay increases in a time of health insurance premiums and the cost of living increases show us that your raising of wages in Genesee County does not apply to the employees of this county. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emily Diaruju Snyder. Let me see. I think I can figure it out, right? I get bonus minutes for that, right?
This podium is the best thing we ever did
It's
when
so
we
cool.
made this building.
Anyways, I'm Emily Diaruju Snyder. I live in Davison Township with my husband and our 2 sons. I'm here to talk about how I visit and explore the Sloan Museum of Discovery, in particular, about 1 to 3 times a month with my family. It's one of the first places that I recommend to friends for us to meet up, because I know that when I invite them, I don't have to add the stipulation that they need to pay a certain amount of money. I've brought multiple first-timers there, and they've all loved it. They've always talk about bringing their kids back. Just earlier this year, I invited a family from Goodrich, and it was their first time in Flint at all. And I seriously doubt they would have ever ventured over into Flint if it wasn't for the Sloan Museum, and particularly the free admission for Genesee County residents. I think it's the first taste of Flint and the gateway to the cultural center and everything else Flint has, especially for children. I point through the windows to the Whiting, where I took my kids just last week to the Curious George musical. I point across the street to the FIA, where I took my toddler on his first outing out of the house after his 7-month-old brother passed away, to look at art and to sit with Miss Lydia on Fridays once a month. It was just the quiet place that him and I needed. I'm not aware of any other indoor places where children can come, especially in the winter, and run and explore and have fun. You walk in the Sloan, and it's representative of our county. It's innovative, it's hands-on, it's fun, and it's diverse. My kids see children from a variety of ethnic and cultural backgrounds, and I so treasure that they get to play with them. If it wasn't made free to Genesee County residents, I know of countless families, at least where I am, who probably wouldn't be coming into Flint nearly as often, if at all. And that would be so sad to me, because our county's beautiful, and the Millage helps to remove barriers for us all to be together through free or discounted admission. So I ask the board to please place this Millage renewal on the August ballot. Thanks.
Thank you.
I like this. Hello, everyone. Many of you know me. My name is Ashley Prue, and I have often been in front of this board as an advocate, and I had the distinct pleasure of representing this board for a couple years. So for those of you who I see that were former clients, hello. And for those of you that I don't know yet, also hello. Many of you know that some of my proudest work was when I was one of the attorneys for this board. I successfully defended the county in the appointment of Dr. Beverly Brown and the appointment of Clerk Register Clemens, all the way up to the Michigan Supreme Court. And I am distinctly very proud of those accomplishments. But today I'm here for a different reason. I'm here as a candidate for the probate court. And although I represented this board and now I work in the prosecutor's office, before I became a Genesee County employee, I did have 10 years of private practice in probate. And I've always thought that my opportunity as an attorney to use my law degree and practice law was to teach my clients, to teach the court what the law is and how to apply it fairly to the facts before it, and to, at times, such as this, teach the public. So what is probate? Probate is a court that is not about crime and punishment. In fact, it is quite opposite. It is a court that protects some of our most vulnerable individuals. Guardianships, conservatorships, mental health proceedings, children that need help, adults that are vulnerable that need help. And I believe your next probate judge should have probate experience. I spent 10 years, 4 of which I owned a business in this county. Oh, and by the way, I live in Fenton and also frequent Sloan, but I forgot to say that at the beginning. I understand the issues that come before the court, and I believe I have the right amount of private practice, public service, empathy, and legal knowledge to be an effective probate judge. And I not only ask for your support, but ask for the support of the members of the public here as well. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joni Leeson, and I'm a resident here in Burton. My children have attended Davison As a single mom, I can tell you that having access to the amazing Genesee County arts and cultural institutions and programs is absolutely invaluable. I am here in support of the millage renewal for the cultural center facilities. My youngest is a youth usher in Flint, and we're very proud of that. These are world-class facilities right in our backyard. The millage makes taking advantage of these opportunities affordable for Genesee County of all incomes and all backgrounds. I went shortly after going through my divorce. I was also diagnosed with cancer, and as a single mom with limited resources, this was our saving grace. These institutions and programs funded by this millage have inspired a love of learning in my own children. My youngest grew up attending the free Saturdays at the Flint Institute of Arts and has now since became a leader in Davison's art club and is pursuing sketch artist with forensic science as a career option. My oldest is attending Cornell on a full ride in New York because of the love for medicine and science he developed growing up at the Sloan Museum. I remember when he was little playing in the blood pathogen ball pit at the old Sloan location, and that was kind of fun, and the human body experiences really started fueling that love and passion for him. Along with my children, I am a proud community partner with the Flint Cultural Center programs. I partner with the Sloan Museum's Early Childhood Education Professional Development Program, both within my role with Great Start to Quality and as the Family Child Care Network Specialist. Partnering with Sloan in these opportunities has not only increased adult child and guardian child engagement outside of technology, but it's also given our informal and formal educators an opportunity to really build their skills on teaching hands-on across all learning domains. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Osman. I live in Flint, in Mott Park, proudly. I'm the Director of Education at the Flint Institute of Arts. I was also an art teacher for 20 years at Mott Middle College and brought my students to the FIA and many other places over and over again. If you don't know what my department does, I want to just let everybody know that my department's in charge of field trips, bringing schools into the museum for free, making those experiences rich and welcoming. I look at my job very much as a service to my county. We also do a ton of outreach. We even went so far as to print a giant map of Genesee County with magnets to try to reach, have as big of a reach as we possibly can with our resources. And so I just wanted to come here today to tell you that we're doing very, very hard work trying to service the entire county. Not only schools, but adult groups. We have things like a teacher network for art educators. We have drawing in the museum for seniors. We have Alzheimer's programming. And so without this millage, many of those things would not be possible or as robust as they are right now. So I ask and encourage everyone to put this renewal on the ballot. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donovan Entrican. I live and work here in Flint. I am the director of the art school at the Flint Institute of Arts, which is a little different than the education department that Matthew was just describing. The art school offers classes and opportunities for people to have studio experiences in the arts. So we serve right around 2,500 students every year. Those students range in age from small children up to, we have students in their 90s even, so we serve a huge range of people. A lot of the people who come to the FIA and come to the school to take classes are doing so not because they're interested in making art, but because they're interested in the community that we offer. They're interested in being together. They're interested in meeting other people. We serve as a hub for people to interact, and art kind of is a tool for that. The vast majority of the students that we serve come from Genesee County, and most of those students come from outside the city of Flint. Most of our students are coming from Davison, Grand Blanc, Swartz Creek, Flushing, Clio, Mount Morris, all over the county. as well as Flint. Now, thanks to the millage, the Genesee County students and families can experience all of this at a very, very low cost. We are able to charge tuition that is less than half of what any other school like us charges. So people are able to have access to these opportunities at very, very low cost. And in addition to that, a lot of free programming as well. And also thanks to the millage, people are able to access culture and art and music without having to drive to Grand Rapids or Detroit, which is where they would go if we did not offer these things. They would not be staying in Genesee County. Programs made possible by our millage also support continued economic growth that helps attract talent, new residents, and businesses. So I strongly urge the board to place this millage renewal on the ballot to continue this momentum. So thank you all very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Megan McAdow. I am a resident of the city of Flint. I am also a committee member at the Flint Institute of Music and a board member for 9 years statewide representing Genesee County on the Michigan Museums Association board. I am so proud to live in a community surrounded by such unique and dynamic arts and cultural institutions. In fact, it is specifically the reason why I and my husband moved from Oakland County to Genesee County was because of the phenomenal arts and cultural resources available both in the city and throughout the county. These are learning opportunities that you know are for students of all ages and participants from hands-on to those who are just curious. Students, again, regardless of county location, can participate in these opportunities across arts, sciences, history, etc., through free field trips as well as family visits, making STEM learning and activities spark that creativity and ingenuity that we need in our future. Thanks to the millage, again, families can enjoy a day at the museum or a symphony performance at free or reduced cost. That provides affordable access to these rich cultural opportunities that bring families together. And I agree with Donovan, I've really witnessed it bringing communities together that aren't always on the same side of the table, but it brings them together, and it's wonderful to see. The millage supported grants to the out-county communities and their organizations outside of the cultural center is really wonderful to see continued. On the state level, some of the re-granting has been cut over the previous years, and so this millage actually allows for some of those smaller organizations to be able to continue and serve both their participants and the audiences. So I please ask you to please place this on the ballot in August. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Sampson. I'm a Southside Flint resident. I'm here to talk about FLOC. First, I want to take a moment to say thank you to Dr. Brown for supporting our concerns over the FLOC contracts. We greatly appreciated the level of active listening you portrayed while we were speaking on the topic, and the statement you made, "I trust individuals but do not trust systems," was exactly the point we hoped to have come across. To hear you say that on the dais genuinely meant a lot to all of us that have been raising awareness on this issue. It always ends up being the Black woman at the table that has their community's best interests at heart, and we as the Fair Coalition recognize the work you're doing and the importance of you being alone, nay vote. I hope your peers will see this as well. I recognize this is a topic that brings an insurmountable amount of pressure to you as commissioners since it deals directly with public safety, but there are so many instances of this technology, specifically from FLAC, that show this company is not trustworthy. The alarm bells have been ringing in cities throughout the U.S. over the lack of security and ethics. As was stated last week, FLAC is the cause of many lawsuits across the states. It's proven that more investments in housing, food, and job security combined with healthcare services, specifically mental health, produce safer communities. I know that Genesee County is in a continual funding battle on many fronts, but as a collective, I believe we we can do more with what we have if we all come together. The flat contracts are another way to take an unethical company, or to give an unethical company our precious resources and still have to deal with the inevitable aftermath that comes with signing that contract. As a member of FAIR, someone heavily involved with seeing my city of Flint be protected and the overall county in general, I am asking for this discussion and amendment to be not voted on tonight and be brought back for the next meeting. I believe you are still not given enough information on the subject, and the amendment does not put enough protections in place. I have folks willing to speak with you from various avenues that have been partnering with other cities, counties, and the House of Representatives on their new FLAC and ALPR bill. If you would please table the discussion tonight, we as a community can come together with a safer plan. Also, the sheriff department was saying that only the back of a car or plate is captured via still image and that no are photographed and the ability to zoom in is severely limited. How would this work with someone being lost wandering with dementia? How is a camera that photographs the back of a vehicle being used to find a lost resident roaming the streets? That was contradictory. In one instance, we as a coalition are raising awareness on with the sheriff's department. Another being that Captain Murphy's false claim that in his 25 years serving Genesee County, he has never seen ice here. That is simply untrue. We've had many cases of residents of Flint and surrounding areas being taken here by the agencies. I think at this point we're over 50 in just the last 2 years since Trump was in office. The commissioners here are more than welcome to attend FAIR's monthly teach-ins to learn more on these cases and what immigration circumstances are being spoken on in Genesee.
Miss, could you wrap up?
Yeah. Our next teach-in is this Saturday, March 21st at the UAW 659 on Van Slyke across from the plant at 6:30. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Lilly. I'm a resident of Burton. My wife and I have lived in the Burton area approximately 50 years. I'm very fortunate because when I grew up, my parents and grandparents took us to events throughout the state to enjoy music, dance, theater, and so I have a personal appreciation for the arts. My wife and I attend probably close to 50 events a year between all of the organizations in the Cultural Center, let alone across Genesee County. And we really appreciate the millage that's in place to help support these organizations. Being a CPA, I know that the arts organizations bring a lot to Genesee County, both in the form of employees and people from outside that bring their money. When we attend events, we enjoy sitting next to other people and asking them where they've come from. And many times it's come from Canada, from Oakland County, from Saginaw, Bay City, Lansing, Port Huron, and we have a chance to talk to them as to why they picked Flint to come to an arts program. And partly it's because once they came here and saw the art programs that we have, they really understood the importance of what we have and why they should continue to come. You don't need a CPA like me to realize the investment as return on your investment for promoting this type of millage. So I strongly encourage you to renew the Genesee County Arts Education and Cultural Enrichment millage. Thank you.
I asked Mr. Freeman to come up. No, I don't need it. I'm serious. My name is Teresa Stevens-Locke, and I am a current Flint Institute board member that I'm quite proud of. But I'm also quite proud of, I'm a retired career law enforcement professional, 20 years at the city of Flint, 9 of those in the homicide squad, but 17 years at Mott Community College as the chief of police. I only tell you that is because I have a strong, strong interest in safety. And I can tell you that the Genesee County Arts and Cultural Institutions provide a very safe, nurturing place for people of all ages to learn, grow, and explore the arts and recreational activities. I heard a lot about the Sloan, and I do visit the Sloan and the FIM, but I also visit McCree. I'm an advocate of Burston. I live at the Capitol, and I'm so proud to be a resident of Grand Blanc that I can go and purchase tickets to go to those places for a lower rate. Without the millage, many residents across our county would be unable to afford attending many of our local cultural gyms, as many people have talked about today. Free and discounted admission supported by the millage, are needed to keep providing access to these special programs. I strongly encourage you to support placing this millage, it's a very crucial millage, back on the ballot. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Al Vernlock, and I am a board member of Burston. But I also attend FIA, FIM, McCree, all of those places. And also, I've recommended it to other people, not only from Genesee County, but Oakland County and Wayne County. And not to this day has anyone been disappointed. That's why I am here encouraging you. Please put the millage on the ballot. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Asha Kulkarni, and I'm resident of Grand Blanc in Michigan. I'm a proud member of the Board of Trustees for the Flint Institute of Arts and an enthusiastic supporter of the Flint Institute of Music and the Sloan Museum of Discovery. When I first moved here from having lived all across Michigan and many places in the United States and around the world, I was just amazed at the level of cultural activities within just a short distance from my home. And not only for our families, our grandchildren, and our parents, who all 4 generations have visited these museums in the past couple of years. When I bring my visitors from around the country and internationally, they are also just taken aback by the access we have within a short drive from where we live. The fact that it is free, discounted, and serves such a broad range of demographics is something we can all be proud of. So it's not just the city of Flint, it's Grand Blanc, Fenton, Swartz Creek, Davison, Burton. We meet people from all walks of life at all of these events. And I can truly say that the access that is provided, the cost-benefit ratio that we are able to benefit from is just amazing. So I humbly request that we put the millage language on the ballot and continue to provide this amazing service in all of our cultural institutions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I hope we're successful. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission.
Good evening.
My name is Jaquindre Brown. I live in the city of Flint and I reside in the 1st District. I'm here today to relay a policy memorandum for Ms. Brandy's resolution regarding establishing standards governing federal civil immigration enforcement, since she wasn't able to attend herself, unfortunately. To do this, I will present 3 court cases. 1, in Arizona v. United States, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed, 2012, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed that immigration enforcement is primarily the responsibility of federal government. The court also recognized that state and local governments retain the authority over their own governmental operations. Local governments routinely establish policies governing how employees interact with outside agencies and how public facilities and resources may be used. 2, in Pritz v. The United States, 1997, the court held that the federal government may not compel state or local officials to administer or enforce federal regulatory programs. This principle, commonly referred to as the anti-commandeering doctrine, affirms that local governments cannot require that the county personnel will be used or resources will be carried out by the federal government enforcement. The federal courts also address legal risks associated with immigration enforcement as well, whether it's Galazar versus Slajic and many more regarding ICE operations and DHS detainments. This resolution is well within legal grounds for the county to enact. It will only be a benefit to make sure that the county is supporting our community and is following the law. Not enacting this resolution is not a matter of legality, but a matter of normalcy. The pursuit of a perceived sense of normalcy will only bring a new form of cruelty. The old normal is over, and we must do more to protect the rights of our friends and neighbors in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Ross. I am a new resident to Genesee County. I've been here for about 7 years, and since I've come here, I have been involved with the Flint Institute of Arts as a volunteer. My husband also sits on the Board of Trustees for the Flint Institute of Music. The FIA and other arts and cultural institutions supported by the Millage continue to provide a welcoming and inviting space for Genesee County residents from all walks of life. This includes people who are otherwise may never have thought or of checking may never thought of checking out one of our world's class museums, a performance at the Whiting, or evening at Longway Planetarium. The same people are often unaware of the free or discounted art and other educational programs made possible by the Millage. Thanks to the Millage, everyone in Genesee County has affordable and, in some cases, free access to these amazing facilities and programs. We are truly blessed to have access to such a wide-ranging and world-class set of cultural institutions that celebrate the arts, history, music, theater, and science without driving far or breaking the bank. The cultural institutions and programs supported by the Millage improve the quality of life for all Genesee County residents, create jobs, pump much needed money into our local community. I humbly ask the board to please place this critical renewal on the ballot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Jones. I'm here. I really don't know what I'm doing. You see, I go down to the city council, and I've been so disrespected. My name is Tanya Jones. I'm advocating for my son, my name is Tanya Marie Jones, and I'm advocating for my son, D. Michael Edwards. He's part of the opioid crisis. He's autistic. He's 32. Today's he at home. He's going through withdrawals today. He has sickle cell. He was part of John Cole case. And during this time, it's been hard. When I say I've been down to the city council, I've been to the courthouse, I've been everywhere. 2023, Attorney Kenneth Scott went with me, and I went to Family Services to ask them. I have a $100,000 policy. I have 3 kids. I have one that's 35. I have a son, a daughter. My son is 32. Then I have a daughter that's 30. And because I have a life insurance policy, which is $100,000, I want to make sure that with him being autistic, he don't blow through his money. So in between time, I placed my son with when appointed through the courts with Family Services, and they're not trustworthy. I'm here just want to put it on record that they're not trustworthy. Since I've been there, they basically been giving his rent out to the Regencies. I don't know if you guys know the apartments over on the south side. They've been directing his money out to the Regency, so they basically enabling him. And while I'm going out, I've been going on the city council. It's a group we formed. It's called the Color of Law Coalition. It's a group of women. We go out and feed the homeless. So when we go out and feed the homeless, we come across other people. This young man named Christopher Deloney, he was in an abandoned building next to Save-A-Lot, and he's a ward of the state. So I have him placed in a house. I'm assisting him, and I'm just saying the system is so broken here. I only can do so much. You know, it's like I'm not trying to save the whole community. You only can save those who want help. With my son, I would do guardian. I have power attorney and medical power attorney. They have not been honoring. My father is Hubert Roberts of Black Lives Matter. If really Black Lives Matter, I wouldn't be standing here alone. I really feel like we should be proactive, not reactive. It don't take for my son to go out here. People are not gonna understand if he's manic or if he's going through withdrawals, and then somebody shoot him, and everybody wanna run up and saying, oh my God, he was nice, or he used to work at the mall, or this, that, whatever. It shouldn't take for my son to get killed for everybody to come together. So I'm just saying, when it comes to family services, if whatever y'all can look into it, it's family services on Court Street. And like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I've been out here, and I've been dealing with, I went downtown, what is this, council meeting. When I say I've never been so disrespected in my life, coming here is scared. I don't know what the response is. Taylor told me about here. Attorney Kenneth Scott used to do my son IEP meetings. My son was overall, I seen you preach at New Beginning. My son was the ideal, like my kids, this is his journey, is my journey. I don't care what he goes through, I love him unconditionally. They tell me, oh, he's grown, I need to give up on him. The opioid crisis is real. Some things, he lost his father from the Howard State game on Easter Sunday in 2012. They kicked the door in and shot him 12 times. He wanted his dad back. I can't bring his dad back. But all I want to tell you guys is if y'all can look into it, it's called Family Services on Court Street. And I'm out here just doing what I can. I suppose been feeding the people today. I'm going to go tomorrow. And thank you guys.
Could you give your contact information to Mr. Freeman here, and we'll follow up with you.
Okay.
It's not easy navigating government or human service agencies or the systems that are out there. So I heard that and took that in from what you said, and we'll reach out to you.
Thanks, you guys, for your
You're
time.
welcome.
All right.
Hello, Robert Link, Atlas Township. I actually have two things tonight. The first one is regarding the flock cameras. Some members of this board stated they understand and acknowledge that they are trading in some of our freedom for a little bit of safety. If you know that we don't want to be tracked by flock, why are you letting it continue? It seems the main justification for letting flock track our innocent residents is that we are already being tracked by other technology, like our cell phones. But there's a very distinct difference. I have the freedom to choose when and if my phone is tracking me. I left my phone at home today. As far as Verizon is concerned, I'm still sitting at home right now. I have the freedom to turn it off and put it in a Faraday bag. No one is forcing me to carry my phone around with location services turned on. Another one is our vehicles. Commissioner Lloyd mentioned that his truck tracks everything he does. There's also a very distinct difference here. I had the freedom to choose to buy an old truck that does not track anything about me. It doesn't have cameras, GPS, doesn't even have OnStar. No one is forcing me to drive a truck that tracks everything I do with it. I have to drive past 3 flock cameras to get to work. I do have to go to work every day to feed my family and pay my taxes. I do not have the freedom to choose if or when flock is tracking me. You are forcing me to let flock safety track and collect data about me. I understand the contract was auto-renewed, so what can we do now? I pulled our contract with Flock from the agenda packet posted for the 3/23/22 board meeting, and I found the following. Termination for convenience. At any time during the agreed-upon term, an agency not fully satisfied with the service may self-elect to terminate this agreement for convenience. A refund will be provided for Falcon cameras prorated for any fees for the remaining term length. Will be effective immediately, and this will also result in a one-time fee of $500 per camera. That refund would get us more than enough to cover the cancellation fees. We are not fully satisfied with this service, and we would like you to invoke this term of the agreement so we can terminate it. Can I give this to Corporation Counsel?
Yeah, well, would you, Mr. Lloyd will take it from you. Thank you.
And the last thing is, also my family and I too enjoy the Sloan Museum and the planetarium, so much so that we have gifted memberships to friends and family that don't live in Genesee County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Evening.
Good evening. As well, all right. Got a few things definitely want to discuss and bring to the table. One thing, I share the same sentiments as the gentleman that just spoke about the flock cameras in the system. One thing for sure, right? We are heavily over-policed already. I think that's an issue that we have been dealing with. First and foremost, my name is DeJuan Robinson. I'm a City of Flint representative, also serve as the president of Black Lives Matter. So when we talk about over-policing, that has been an issue, something that we've been dealing with for a very long time. And when we talk about this tracking system, right, I don't want one bad carjacking be the open door for tracking every law-abiding citizen's movement and creates a big brother state of mind, right? One thing for sure when we're looking at the privacy with the data, who's watching this data? Despite local assurances, data could be shared with federal agencies like ICE without warrant, potentially targeting the immigrant community, which we are definitely in a fight for as well. Also, mistaken vehicles match have led to high-stress, wrongful stops elsewhere in the United States, sometimes involving armed police response for innocent families. So let's think about this, right? One thing, I want to give kudos to Dr. Beverly Brown for stepping up and being strong about that and voting. She was the only commissioner that voted against that. So we appreciate that level of commitment to the community who's already disenfranchised. You know, when we live in cities like Flint, it's been a very difficult situation. We've been disenfranchised, and now we're talking about having some over-surveillance taking place here in this community, something that we definitely want to make sure we be mindful for. So I'll leave it at that. And then also I do want to make sure I pledge my support for the millage, right? You know, I am, as far as the chair is Flint Juneteenth, we do support the millage. We also patronize Burston, of course, McCree Theater, and then, of course, Sloan Museum as well. So let's definitely make sure we get that on the ballot so everybody can enjoy the opportunity that we do share at Sloan and those agencies. And one last thing, I did put in an application for my DEI commission. That was a month ago, and I heard nothing back. Yeah, so I need some clarity on that, right? Give me a call now. All right, most definitely, you have a good one now.
So the deadline for the DEI Commission is this Friday, so you'll be hearing from us.
Good evening. Namaste, board. My name is Israel Brightstar, Flint Stone, born and raised on the north side of Flint, 10-year military veteran, and the at-large chair of the Equality Caucus of Genesee County. Tonight, I'm speaking to the board because I know there's a lot of pressure to push through the vote of the flock agreement tonight, just to get it out of the way. I'm asking that you postpone this vote tonight, so you actually have the opportunity to speak to other parts of Michigan and see why they decided to dissolve the agreements with flock. We're asking them to put more details on the report given to the commissioners by the sheriff. We have had the cameras for years, but yet we still don't know the statistics of how many cases these cameras actually helped, how many plates are being scanned, who's been accessing the data, and what searches are being done. There are not sufficient data given at last week's meeting, so I invite you all to attend, if not just one person, to join FAIR Flint and PLSD Detroit for a community teach-in, again, a community teach-in on issues impacting immigrant communities and how we can stand together. And that is this Saturday at the UAW 659, if you want to write down this address, 4549 Van Slyke Road, Flint, Michigan, 48507. I thank you.
Are there any additional speakers? Looks like we have, the clerk took her clerk hat off.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Ryder. I work in the clerk's office. I obviously wasn't planning on speaking on this tonight, but, and I also don't pretend to know about what the Healthcare Coalition does, but obviously what I heard tonight was pretty disturbing. And I have the pleasure of knowing all of you, most of you personally, and I know all of you enough to know that you wouldn't want your constituents, and certainly not your employees, treated poorly. I love working here. It's my pleasure. I am a government nerd, so I really enjoy my job, but the healthcare costs are, this last year caused my family quite a bit of financial strain, and now we're talking about another increase. So I'm speaking on, behalf of my fellow employees, but also I want you guys to all have the right information, because I do know you, and I know that you would not want this happening without proper notice, etc. So that's all. And I love the Sloan.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment?
Good evening. Dominic Clemens, Flint Township, Genesee County Clerk and Register of Deeds. Really quick and completely different subjects. Just sending a reminder, because we've got a lot of calls in our office, that there is indeed an election coming up in May. Small elections that cover Grand Blanc schools, Linden schools, Birch Run schools, which does fall into Genesee County, and a renewal of a police ordinance in Flushing Township. So I wanted to make sure that is on everyone's radar. Also, I know I've had conversations with many of you, and I look forward to your support next month in the proposal that I have that will allow our clerk's office to become open on Fridays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Amaria Metcalf. I am here representing Genesee County. I am a Flint, Morris Township resident. And I am here, I do support the millage for every cultural space that we have. Everything that I have heard here, I agree with. I agree with everyone who is for the millage, and I agree with everyone who is slightly or totally against flock. I just have some points on here and some of the things. I am also the campaign manager for Mr. DeJuan E. Robinson's Fifth Ward campaign. And some of the things that we have spoken about is the cost of the cameras, the community access to cameras. We have not had any access to the cameras. Fair and equal surveillance of different neighborhoods and wards, communities, and sticking to the purpose of the camera. Also, some of the alternatives to the AI-powered surveillance that help build community trust are community improvements, lighting upgrades, removing hiding spots, community design gathering spaces, beautification and activation of vacant areas, especially lots. We can increase community funding that can help things like community cameras, neighborhood safety committee ambassadors, scroll up, and just to increase youth services. And that's all I had to say. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
Oh, I have one last thing. And to Mrs. Tanya Jones, I stand here with you. I've been watching your story, and I am here for you, and I do represent Black Lives Matter. You are not alone. May God bless you and your son. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Going twice. 3 times. Public comment is closed.
Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
to all who were here. Mr. Lloyd?
I was just going to say before we move forward, I'm interested in getting some additional information about, I have concerns about a number of things that were mentioned by speakers, but particularly the information that was shared with us by the representative from the Healthcare Coalition, as it relates to some of our employee perspective and processes and such. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for an update from our HR department or.
So we do have under communications, the item from Plant Moran. Will it be exactly what you're describing,
Okay,
I believe?
thank
And I don't think Anita's here, but Todd is with the folks from Plant Moran, whose names escape me, but I'm going to bring them up. They'll make a presentation about this very thing, and then we'll have some back and forth.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. So we do have under communications, there's a new item. It says report from Director of Administration. Given that we always want to try to improve communication between high-level staff and the commission, I asked Mr. Freeman to put this on our agenda and keep it on our agenda under communications. He doesn't have to speak if there's no topics that rise to the level of importance where we need to hear it. But I'm going to ask him if he has anything for us tonight. Nothing tonight. All right. So thank you for that. The next item under communications is 26-134, a presentation by Plant Moran, and our Human Resources Department is going to be with him at the microphone. If you all would introduce yourselves and let us know who you are, and then conduct your presentation, and then we'll have questions and answers.
Who's happy medium? Good evening, Todd Wattoon, Deputy Director of Human Resources. I have Jonathan and Emily from Plant Moran for the presentation on healthcare rates.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. And I am going to raise it further. Try not to spit into the microphone. Well, good evening. The information that we want to cover over the next several minutes has to do with the rates. Pardon me? Closer to the mic? Okay, thank you. Has to do with the healthcare premiums for this upcoming medical plan year. Just to set a little bit of stage and make sure that we understand kind of what generally happens in terms of timing. So the county runs an open period in April for the upcoming medical plan year. That starts in June 1st. In order to run that open enrollment, they need to have all sorts of information, including what plans are going to be offered and what they're going to cost, not only for the county, but also for county employees. So the focus of our presentation is to talk about the rates for the county health plan for the active employees and the employee portion of that, and some of, well, the contributing factors of that. I know there was a concern raised regarding timing and sequencing of communication. That is something outside of the scope of this presentation, but I think we'll defer to the county HR folks and county leadership on that, because that really falls outside of the scope of what we would drive in terms of sequencing of communication with you all. So is that fair?
Fair.
Okay, all right. I wanted to just make sure to address that right off the bat. Okay, so the health plan premiums for this upcoming plan year starting June 1st are developed based on the last 24 months worth of what's happened in the health plan, the claims, and that means what has been spent for medical and pharmacy services. Those rates are developed using actuarial approaches in order to develop the budget for the county for the coming year. What happens then is that those rates are compared to the Public Act 152 hard caps to come up with what portion the employee is going to pay through their paycheck and what portion is going to be borne by the county. Overall, for this coming year, the rates, the premiums for the county are going to be increasing 8.9%. Okay, so that's just under 9%. As we mentioned, I believe in the meeting in December, the county's health plan has been running above budget now for quite some time, and that information has been shared openly with county leadership and with the healthcare coalition. So we knew that this increase was going to be hefty. It is actually less hefty than what we are seeing with the majority of employers, not only based in Michigan, but throughout the US. In fact, most employers who offer a health plan of your size are looking at increases that are between 11 and 17% this year. If you were to ask Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, for example, what their increases are, employers who insure through them, they would say on average for 2026, 11 to 17%. That does nothing to lessen the impact of this for the county, but it's really just context around what it is that we're looking at. The overall spend, also to contextualize this, and I know someone has asked, I think maybe Commissioner Shoemaker or Cousino, what does the county spend on the health plan? Right now, for this year, the county spends just under $14.5 million on the active population, but overall, just shy of $3.1 million for healthcare spend. Okay. Now, you'll see on this slide, the second bullet point talks about the caps. Oh, can you go back a slide? And I promise I won't spend this much time on every slide, I promise. But it talks about the fact that the rates are compared to the hard caps. Just as a reminder that Public Act 152 sets the maximum that a public employer can contribute for medical care. Anything above that, because of those caps, is borne by an employee. That maximum this year went up 2.9%. Okay? And that sets the maximum. The county follows those caps. The rates are going up 8.9%. So that 6% increase is going to be borne by employees. Now that 6% increase of the total premium, folks, it's not just what employees pay, right? So if we're talking about, and I'll show the numbers in just a moment, we're talking about 6% inuring to the employees, okay? By the way, those hard caps, and we'll talk about this in a minute, those hard caps are released usually by the end of March by the state for the next year. And we are seeing that if all things are equal, those hard caps are likely to be increased about in that same range again for next year. So just under 3%, again, all things being equal. There's a little bit of a wrinkle that I'm gonna cover here also later on in the slides, okay, to that. So next slide, please. So why? Why are the rates increasing? What's driving it? There are really four main drivers. Inflation is one, and I'm going to get into them individually. High cost claimants, overall consumption, high consumption of healthcare, and then also pharmacy costs. So we'll break each one of those down in a little bit more detail. Part of setting the budget, the rates for the health plan, includes not only looking back at the last 24 months worth of what's happened in the plan, but also figuring out what that is going to mean in the future. So that's applying some inflationary adjustment as part of the underwriting. Healthcare next year is going to cost more than healthcare did this year. Right now, we are assuming that healthcare, and actuarially, this is what the industry is assuming, that healthcare is going to increase by about 6% on the medical side and about 12% for pharmacy. So that means, again, today, what the health plan pays is going to be 6% more for medical next year and 12% more. Now, when we blend it and we look at the actual moving from what's happened 24 months ago to what's going to happen starting in June and moving forward, it really impacts the rates by about 9 and just north of 19% on the pharmacy side. This is all part of normal inflationary trend, but in general, healthcare is costing more today than it has in the past. Part of this is driven by the market, right? So there's a lot of pressure from providers and hospital systems to try to renegotiate contracts. There's also more expensive therapies. What maybe 2 years ago didn't even exist in terms of a therapy for a condition might now cost several thousands of dollars. And these are all driving some of those inflationary pressures. We could go into it in a lot of detail, but those hard caps moving 2.9% is really not reflective of what's happening in terms of medical inflation. They're pegged a little bit differently. So, but that's the legislation, and that's the way that the hard caps are currently structured. Okay. So the next factor that is driving this expense or this increase in cost is the high cost claimants on the plan. The county plan right now has more high cost members on it than typical, and they're also costing the county more. In the last calendar year, the county had 20 individuals on the health plan that each of those 20 had claims that were higher than $100,000, and 9 of those exceeded $200,000. We would expect a plan of a similar size to have about 7 individuals that would exceed $200,000. So for those 20 members alone, the health plan spent over $4 million. Okay, so if you do the math on that, that ends up being about 25% of paid claims. In comparison to last year, that's 3 more high-cost members and an increase just from those members of $1 million. So that's, again, one of the things that's driving the overall health plan expense. This is going to happen from time to time, that there are going to be more members with really tough health conditions. That these peaks and valleys do happen, but that is, again, one of the things driving that almost 9% increase. Okay. And for reference, there's just less than about 890 employees on the health plan. So again, just to contextualize these numbers as well. Okay. The other factor that I mentioned is high usage of healthcare. So again, if we look at what drives health plan expense, it's who's on the plan, right? So who are we covering? What care are they getting, and what are we paying for the plan? It really comes down to that. So the plan demographics is one thing we look at, and the county's plan is pretty similar to most other health plans of similar types of employers, with the average age being about 35 when we look at all of the employees and their families. And we look at the male-female mix, and it's slightly more women than men, but not that many more. And that matters because if the health plan was covering 18-year-olds, it would be very different, right? If the health plan were covering only 50-year-olds, it would be very different. I consume a lot more care than my son or daughter, right? Just because I'm older, and that's the way things go. When we look, though, at the demographics, and then we look at, okay, what in a general, in our benchmarking, what is the average amount of consumption? How much is, on average, being consumed on the healthcare plan? County members do use and spend more. We've got some statistics up on the slide of the average per member per year cost, and I'm noticing on the slide my K and my N kind of got wrapped around. Not sure how that happened, but you can see there county members are about 18% this year more than our benchmark. And the benchmark is a large data set of similar cost mindful employers. So it's not just anybody in the world. It is really true those who are trying to work on some cost containment. You'll see that increased from last year. Again, it was about 9% over benchmark last year, and again, that just about doubled. But if you also look at how much on average is being spent, it's pretty hefty as well. Okay. And then the last thing that we talked to you all about a couple of times so far is pharmacy spend. The county plan this year is doing a little bit better than it did last year in terms of the percentage of the dollars spent on prescriptions. So pharmacy is about 32% of the overall cost, versus 37% last year, but the average is about 25. So again, county members are using more scripts and paying more for those scripts. Now, I will point out that the move to Smith RX that you all supported, that the coalition did very painstaking work together with the county HR folks and us to figure out a solution to address the pharmacy piece. That in and of itself is going to have a positive impact, if we can call it positive, because again, I'm very mindful of the impact. But had that not happened, the increase would have been higher than 14% instead of 8.9%. And just keep in mind, again, with the county taking on 2.9% of the expense, all of the additional moves to the employee, right? So we're talking, instead of the difference between 2.9 and 8.9, 2.9 and 4.3, right? So the move to Smith will have a direct impact also on the employee contributions. Okay, so here's what we probably all been waiting for. This exhibit shows the annualized cost at the top of the two health plans at the individual, two-person, and family tier. Okay, that's the top. The next section are what the hard caps are, right? That's the limit that the county can spend for each one of those tiers. The next section shows the annualized employee contribution towards the cost. And then the section that's highlighted in blue down below is the monthly deduction amount. Employees pay 24 times a year, or contribute 24 times a year, so the per paycheck amount is going to be half of those monthly amounts. Okay. The bottom section shows the difference, and so when we are talking about impact to employees, this is going to be the difference between this current year and starting June 1st, what they will contribute for their health insurance. Okay. We also wanted to show a view of, we talked about what would have happened if the decision wasn't to move to Smith RX for the pharmacy. And so on the next slide, we show, we are illustrating here what that would have meant for the overall cost and for employee contributions had that move not happened. Okay, so we're providing credit for future savings starting June 1st, even though those savings won't start to inure to the plan until that's in place, which also happens June 1st. Okay, so everybody's getting a credit, if you will, for the future savings. If we compare what would have happened if the move to Smith did not happen with what is going to be in place June 1st, it's almost twice, because again of the interplay with the hard caps, employees are paying, would have paid almost twice as much out of their paycheck. Okay. Next slide, please. One of the things I mentioned at the start of our time here this evening was the fact that those PA 152 hard caps, there's a development that could happen. As you may be aware, there is a bill that was passed in late 2024 that is planned to revamp how those hard caps work and how they're indexed. It was passed, but has not yet been signed by the governor, and I understand it's in litigation right now. If it were signed, and this is an if, because we don't know if it's going to be or when, the hard caps are expected to increase, and that would shift more of the cost towards the county and less and cost away from employee contributions, about 3.5% of the cost. Okay, so right now, employees in this current plan year until June, they're paying about 10.5% of the total cost of the health plan. Okay, 10.5%. In June, employees will be paying about 15.5% of the cost. the hard caps were, if this were to be signed by the governor, employees would be paying about 12% of the cost. I know earlier there was a question about like the PA 150 to 80-20 split. And to be clear, again, employees right now are paying 10.5% of the cost. So using the hard caps is a better arrangement for employees. Otherwise, they would be paying 20% of the cost. Okay. All right. So one of the questions is, what can we do about it? What are we doing about it, right? And I know that you all have asked that question before, like, what are we doing to make sure that we're not in this constant race against these significant increases? Obviously, the work that Sally Ann spoke to has been pivotal, and I'm not going to read off all of the things on this slide, but the county and the coalition has done really amazing work to really pick off the main cost drivers, right? We can't change who's on the plan. We can certainly change the way that healthcare is purchased and the opportunity to purchase as efficiently as possible, right? And encourage folks to use some of the programs that will help drive down cost, okay? So some of the things, again, listed on this slide are fairly recent developments, but they're all intended to provide, someone asked, I think, if we can get costs to go down. Chances are no. I don't think anywhere in the U.S. healthcare costs are going to go down, but we can try to contain them, right, strategically. So there is obviously ongoing efforts happening with addressing cost concerns at the plan level, right, collaboratively with all parties. Next slide. There is an opportunity, if you are being asked, hey, from various employees, if you're hearing from them, and if they would like to know what can be done, there are some things that the employees on the health plan can do to help do their part, I guess. Oftentimes when people get news that they don't like, which I would imagine most employees are not going to like this news, after you process it, some people are spurred to action. So if that is something that is being asked, I would offer up that there are some missed opportunities. The plan was very intentionally designed over the last couple of years to offer employees and their family members ways to really be involved or engage with the health plan and take advantage of lower cost ways to get their care. Not lower quality, but lower cost. So labs, imaging, and scheduled service surgeries are available on the health plan at no cost to the members if they go to an independent, high-quality provider. That's available. About 50% of those labs and advanced imaging claims in the last year were at regular providers that are the higher cost providers. So that would be, for example, one way to engage. I know the coalition has done a lot of work, HR has done a lot of work in trying to get the message out there, but sometimes when you feel the pain, you engage in a different way. So there's also another program being offered right now for the highest need folks on the health plan through a program that connects those members with external funding or grant funding. And folks at the county have been applying for that much more this year than in prior years, but that would be one thing that is a missed opportunity and that they certainly can engage in. And then there's other zero-cost programs to employees and their family members through virtual care programs, et cetera, that are all through a program through HealthJoy. That is a navigation and steerage program, and there's about 45% of the population that could engage in that way who haven't yet. So there's opportunities here also for everyone who wants to do their part. Finally, I guess on a more macro level, are there other things that can be done? As I mentioned, the levers with very strategic cost containment have already been worked through and discussed and evaluated at some in great detail, many of those levers. And again, they're listed there, but they included making sure the financing and risk is appropriate, right? Making sure that the way that the contracts are as strong as they possibly can be. So are we purchasing pharmacy in the best possible way? Do we have a transparent contract that works for the county and not for others? Do we have strong network discounts? Are we paying fair fixed fees, et cetera? All of those things have been evaluated and continue to be evaluated. We're continuing to look for emerging trends. You know, those high cost members that I talked about earlier on, those, if there are additional trends, additional programs that we can offer to them, we certainly are continuing to look at those. There is the possibility to look at different plan designs, and what that means is look at deductibles and co-insurance, right? And look at changing those things. That has been a really intentional thing of the coalition to stay away from, right? As Sally Ann, I know, mentioned early on. Those also tend to shift costs to the people who have the most need, so we have to be mindful of that as well, right? It's not a cost containment strategy, it's a cost shift strategy. And then again, this is all happening against a backdrop where there's a lot of pressure in the provider and insurance community. You all probably heard about the stalemate between Blue Cross of Michigan and U of M health system, right? They're at an impasse right now with contract negotiations because each of them wants more out of the contract than they're currently getting. That is what we have for you this evening. I imagine there may be a few questions.
Okay, we'll open up for questions from commissioners. Commissioner Cousineau.
Yeah, we talked quite a while before the meeting, and I appreciate that. The Health Coalition is supposed to be meeting monthly. Are you at those meetings,
Yes.
every one of them?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I know it's a mess. It is. I've worked in healthcare all my life, so I know it is. Yes, the next question is for Todd. One of the things that I'm sorry, thank you. Todd, one of the main complaints that I heard earlier is that the process was changed in how the members of the coalition had this explained to them. And back when, that bothers me, that the process was changed. I was not aware that process changed, and I think that HR should have came to us and told us that. One of the reasons that we formed the Healthcare Coalition years ago was to allow the people, meaning our unions and et cetera, to be involved in the process of this. And so that's why I'm asking these questions. I want to make sure that they're involved with the process. And that's why I asked if they're at every meeting. But I'm a little disappointed that the process of how they were informed has changed a little bit, because I heard that. I think that I don't know about my fellow commissioners, but I want to speak to you and Anita
Would you like
soon.
Would you like me to clarify, or?
Sure.
The process that was changed was the timing of the delivery of the rates. So we received the rates last year, I can speak to, is we delivered them to the Healthcare Coalition, and then we brought them to the board. This year, that changed. We are bringing them to you first tonight, and we're bringing them tomorrow. That's procedurally the change, is just the delivery.
Okay. I would
the timing
still
of the
like to
rates.
talk to you and Anita later. That's all I have at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've got Commissioner Flewelling, and then Commissioner Lloyd, and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the speakers. What was last year's increase?
It was higher than this year, and I will look at that.
The family plan went from about $50.77 to $172.40.
very significant. And I know healthcare is going up every year.
Commissioner
If I may,
Llewellyn has the floor.
So, probably procedurally, but how long have we worked with you guys advising on healthcare?
About 4 to 5 years now.
4 to 5 years. Since 2020? Okay. And have we seen similar increases every year?
No, not every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we changed providers?
Yes, we have.
We have, okay. So, last question I have, Mr. Chair, if I may. How much do we pay you guys every year to advise on healthcare?
Go for it.
I'm gonna do this from memory, but I think it's $175,000 a year.
Okay.
Okay.
That's correct, about that.
Yep. It is, just to be clear, offset by any revenue that we receive in the form of commissions from any insurance products. We have, over the course of our time together, stripped out almost all commissions that are loaded in insurance products typically, because we believe strongly that even though you get the credit for that back to you, so if we get paid a commission, we turn around and offset our fees. Even though that happens, we feel that you should not be paying the county should not be paying inflated premiums in order to pay a commission to us.
So, one more question, if I may.
You may.
Mr. Chair. Through you to the Director of Administration, this is kind of a ballpark thing here, but we heard from several people from the Clerk's Department. What would the average election clerk make per hour?
I'm not sure. We've got a lot of classifications. I'm not sure what that is. 20? Average wage, clerk.
Is the clerk still in the audience?
We actually, yeah, the clerk's employees are under clerical.
So
So
the clerk's
my
a-
starting rate was 18 something an hour.
So if we say $20 an hour, right? 40,000 a year. 1870. Okay, so 40,000 a year. And this is just for myself here. If it's $480 a month for a family plan, just the insurance, not the prescription benefit, that was both
It
on
is-
that slide?
it's in full,
Okay,
so
even
it-
still.
Yep.
So it's $240 paycheck, right?
Yep.
So if you figure at $20 an hour, $40,000 a year, give or take, you lose about 20% of that. But my fear is if we don't do something soon, people won't be able to afford to work here.
And on average, just to kind of smooth that
Yeah.
over, the 890 employees, like some of them are gonna have single coverage, some of them are gonna have family coverage. On average, it's about $85 more a month per employee.
And I get that. I'm not attacking you guys. What I'm
No,
saying
no.
here is, if I may, just for a second, is I've seen this in other places. And I know healthcare costs go up every year. And in my place of employment, we've seen 17% increases year over year, right? It becomes a retention issue. You know, people traditionally have wanted to work for municipalities and county governments because of the benefits. Not a single person in this room, I don't think, is getting wealthy off working in government. And so when, maybe you're doing all you can, maybe the healthcare coalitions do all they can, but we've seen this in other places, and really the 80-20, when that hit and that Public Act hit, it really caused a lot of distress among employees. If we don't do something soon, I mean, if I had to pay, I mean, I'm married with 3 kids still at home, and if I had to pay $500 a month for health insurance, I think I'd take my chances.
Understood. And I'm doing this from memory, but I believe last year's increase was about 11%.
Oh, I remember, yeah, it was quite significant.
Yeah, and the last year, the hard cap went up 0.2%.
So I guess the last thing I would say is I would just encourage you guys to do everything you can to work with the Healthcare Coalition to get these costs under control. And I know it's a national issue, and you know, we reform healthcare by giving insurance companies more money. It's pretty stupid in my opinion, but we can only do so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Thank your department for what you do. Couple things. So I appreciate the comments of my colleague, Commissioner Cousineau, and I also agree that some of the concerns raised are probably more appropriate to be addressed, separately outside of the setting, so I won't go deep into it. But I am sympathetic to the concerns that were raised by the coalition member. Sally Ann. Oh, you don't have to come, but thank you. I appreciate the concern that was raised. That's something we need to be aware of. I'll just say kind of as a general for HR, but all departments in this case, ultimately the Board of Commissioners is responsible for for how each department conducts their business. And so it's important that when changes are made, that we are made aware through our chair, through our committee chairs, through our director of administration, so that we can weigh in on whether or not we agree with the change being made. Because I don't agree that, and I do appreciate, notifying the board, but I just want to make sure that we understand that the coalition, our employees, those union representatives are partners with us in figuring this stuff out. And it's important for them to be informed in a timely manner, because if the rates rise and the increases are beyond our control, we need to be able to partner with those union leaders, the coalition members, to help us get the word out, to communicate why these changes are coming and what can be done. So I'll just stop there, and hopefully our chair is a part of a conversation as well, just to figure out what happened and see how we can avoid any negative sentiment or heartburn that's there. One of the things I just want to mention is that as it relates to communications, our communication strategies with our members, or with our employees around the details of the health plans and where they can save money by making maybe different choices. My experience, most individuals who don't really have to utilize their health plans, most don't study the details of the health plans. So they don't know where, okay, if I do this, it's going to cost more money, but if I maybe do this, it's going to cost less money. And when individuals have to use the insurance, they don't have time to figure that out because there's a need to access that insurance at that time. So I love to see some communication collaboration between HR, coalitions. We don't have to flush it here, but I like to see, what's the communication strategy? What can we do that's creative? How can we innovate in that area so that maybe there's some campaigns we need to do where there's some high spends taking place so that folks are aware. The other thing I'm interested in knowing about, I don't have to be aware of it tonight, but I'd like to know what are we doing to incentivize our employees for accessing those zero-cost programs, utilizing the grant-based programs, and other containment strategies to help to decrease those costs as well. I don't know the details of all of our union contracts, although, we ratified and so on and so forth, but our HR department is responsible, and the department heads of knowing the details of those contracts on a day-to-day basis. But just understanding what do we have in the contracts to provide those incentives, those opt-outs of insurances, and so on and so forth. So communication strategies, and then also understanding the incentives to help contain costs. I love to maybe have a report come to us as to what that looks like and what are the suggestions from Plant Moran as to how we can, again, innovate, how we can be creative in increasing in those areas.
I think,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lloyd, I think you'll see in that report out some really good news. There's a lot that's already been done. So I think it's a matter of encouraging folks to pay attention, even when they're not using their care.
And I appreciate that, but
Yep.
but again, even going beyond
Yep.
that as well, this is one of those things that by vocation that we deal with on a daily basis throughout units we represent. I won't go down that rabbit hole, but I'm saying this isn't an issue that's going away. This is a
Amen.
every year throughout the year challenge. And certainly sympathetic to our employees who are paying. When you're talking going from, $100 and something to $200 and something, per pay period, even if it's per month, depending on whatever, those are huge numbers, and the difference for some between, maybe buying groceries or maybe paying bills on time or whatever the case may be. So I'll digress. I've raised the concerns that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to Emily and Jonathan and Todd for presenting this information tonight. I did ask the question last time you came about root causes for these increases, because I think if we get to the root causes, maybe we can try to figure out how we can remedy it or get ahead of it somehow. And so I'm really interested in things that are within the scope of our control. For example, generic drugs. How many of our users or consumers, as you call them, utilize generic drugs?
So 85% of the prescriptions that are filled on the county plan are generics. Unfortunately, that's 12% of the spend. So it used to be that moving to generics, moving to mail order was kind of a really great way to save. Unfortunately, because of a lot of the drug prices and those new therapies, those are non-generics, right? Some of them are over time losing their patents and having biosimilars or other generic drugs come to market. But the members are doing a great job of using generics where they can. That's just unfortunately not driving, like that's 85% is benchmark. That's what other great plans are doing. So that's good.
Okay.
And it's a great question, Dr. Brown, and it's also indicative of how the landscape has changed so much, right? Yeah, sorry.
So I think the other thing to point out in that context is that is very much the reason that the coalition got behind the change to Smith RX, because the Smith RX contracting and the programming that's in place is meant to specifically address those very high cost medications. And that's right now, that is how you address pharmacy costs, is you have to get at those very, very high cost medications, the ones that maybe aren't being used by a lot of people, but in terms of cost, maybe worth the equivalent of 100 other people's medication use. So that Smith RX was definitely born out of consideration from the coalition and looking at ways to address that root cause.
Mm-hmm. So getting to the coalition piece, so what I heard in one of the public comments and what I read in one of the emails too, I wanted to address the meeting times that you meet with the coalition. Is there any obstacle or is anything preventing them from meeting during the day when they're serving citizens?
No, typically we meet on the second Thursday or so, first or second Thursday of the month in the afternoon.
Okay. So that's not a factor?
And that's not a factor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There's language in their contracts that allow them leave to go attend those meetings.
Okay, I just want to make sure there was nothing there. The other thing I wanted to address was the timing, because I read in one of the emails that, the employees get information really late, 2 weeks ahead of time or a month ahead of time, and they have to make a spur-of-the-moment decision. Can you talk about the timing of the market and the pricing in the market and when we get it from the powers that be?
Yep. So just as a reminder, the changes to the paycheck, the new health plan takes effect June 1st, right? I think the first paycheck, and I'm not county administration, so the first paycheck is late May. First pay period of May that those changes take place on the paychecks. Most employers, including the county, will run an open enrollment about 45 days ahead of time, and most employers, including the county, will present any benefit changes, including rates. So it's usually about 45 days or so. The county actually provides a little longer lead time, Dr. Brown, but that's pretty typical. The rates are developed with the most recent information in mind, and the rates can't be set too early, because then there's lots of inflationary adjustments and assumptions applied. They need to be set as close as possible to that time. So they're set in very at the beginning or so of March, with information through January, the 24 months leading up to January. So it takes a little while to get that information, have the underwriting done. That's then available at the beginning, first, second week of March, and that is in preparation for open enrollment, which is launched at the beginning of April. So from a timing perspective, it's about as compressed as possible, and very much in line with, or actually providing an employee slightly longer between when they receive the information, having to digest it, and maybe making some decisions around what they're going to do for the next upcoming plan year. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so I think it's, if I heard you correctly, it sounds as if you get the information from the provider or pharmacies or whatever, and then you have to take some time to vet that information.
It needs to go, yeah, it needs to be, and it needs to be actuarially underwritten in order to get.
Underwritten,
Yes.
that's it,
Mhm.
okay.
Yep.
And so you're, it's not like you're holding on to it to.
No, we, and in fact, one of the reasons why it's very important to be, also to share with county leadership how the plan is performing, which is done on a monthly basis, and the Healthcare Coalition gets, I don't know if it's always monthly updates, but at least quarterly updates of how the plan is running to budget, is if we know that the plan is running over budget, we can assume that the increase is going to be a larger increase. I mean, right? That because the starting point for next year is how the plan is performing this year or last year, right? So that's part of like having a line of sight, like, hey, the plan is running, for lack of a better word, hot, right? We know we not only have to account for inflation, but we have to account for what's happened in the past, because that's the best information to predict the future in this case.
And so my last question, Mr. Chair, I learned today that there was something, a pharmacy benefit manager, so PBM is what you guys call them.
Yep.
And which is kind of like the middleman in this big process between the pharmacies. Then you have the pharmacy benefit managers.
Yep.
Then you have us as the consumers.
Yep.
So I also understand that there are sometimes rebates that can be provided.
Yes.
Can you talk about the rebates from the pharmacies and whether or not they reach down to us?
Yep. Thank you for asking that question. The pharmacy rebates are returned to the health plan. They are typically paid on a quarterly basis, and the county gets credit, and that's considered as part of basically a decrement, or it's subtracted from the pharmacy claims when the premium amounts are underwritten. So the short answer is yes, the pharmacy rebates, the manufacturer rebates are paid to the county. We have every reason to believe that currently, with the Express Scripts contract that's going away for the active employees, the rebates are not all going to the county, but Express Scripts won't disclose that. The contract with Smith RX is an admin fee only contract. The county will be receiving 100% of every single rebate that's payable and due back to the county.
That's under
this
this-
is
under-
under the new contract under Smith that starts June 1st. It will take a while for those rebates to flow through, but absolutely. And those are big dollars. They're big dollars because your question about generics, generally speaking, rebates aren't paid on generics because manufacturers don't need to incentivize a person to take a low-cost drug. They do need to incentivize the pharmacy benefit managers to put the high-cost drugs on their formulary and incentivize those drugs to be taken. They tend to have rebates associated with them. So if you have a lot of higher-cost drugs, you should have a lot of rebates, and those should go back to the plan because the plan is paying for those drugs. That's what will happen with Smith in terms of getting full value of those rebates.
That's good to know. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, but just a comment. I want to applaud the Healthcare Coalition and Plant Moran for working together, because I understand that hasn't always been a thing. You know, you haven't been, that sort of structure has not been around all the time. And so I'm really happy that you're working together. Hopefully you can work better together. But even if you're not working better together, sometimes what I understand, just personally, when you work in an organization, I remember sending an email out to all 120 people in my organization when I was an administrator. And some people would read the email, some people would not read the email. As much as you try to communicate to people, sometimes they just miss what's going on. And so then when something happens, they're like, what the heck? But I think as long as that flow of communication is you're doing what you need to do on your end to increase that flow of communication, I'm happy with what's going on.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Commissioner Cousineau, I saw your hand earlier.
Yeah, a number of things. Most of the end part of this is going to be political, but Commissioner Shoemaker and I were here in 2020 when we shifted to this process. And what I want to point out is that when we did this years ago, it was because healthcare was just going sky high. And by shifting to this process, we're able to save, I would say, $5 to $7 million a year by shifting how we bought insurance. And I appreciate what you've done, and I make that comment because I look at your $150,000, $70,000 as well spent money. But that leads me into the next thing, which is very political. Having worked every day, Monday through Friday, sometimes the weekends, for the last 50 years in healthcare, I'm very, very knowledgeable in how it works and how complicated it is for even people that work in it every day like I do, and how difficult it is for the patients, the people that are out here, to understand the process. And so we have to hire companies like you to help explain that. There's all kinds of, and we've talked earlier today about the different levels. It's like the government, every time they want to try to help us out, they add another layer.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to save you some money, so we're going to create this commission. The big topic now is, as you mentioned it earlier through Dr. Brown, but the pharmacy, I mean, they're just raping, excuse me for using that word, but so that leads me into the political end of this. I know that the health care in the United States of America, and it's not because we have the most advanced health care, we have the most expensive health care, is twice the amount of the rest of the world. Twice. With the exception of Switzerland, which is somewhere in between. And so, as we move forward, as I've done, and I encourage my colleagues, I encourage everyone here, this has to change at the federal level. Contact your senators and your representatives and help them finally make a decision that they keep putting off year after year after year, and I won't even go into all the different reasons why. But thank you. Thank you for listening to my rant.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I've got just a list, and I'll try to be quick on this. Do we know our share of the increase as far as dollars, what we estimate that's going to be?
So the total health plan expense is going from $14.3 million to $15.6 million for the active employees.
And that's the same number that's on the slide you provided, number 2, I think
Yes,
it was.
I don't think the 14.3 is on the slide, but.
And as far as our employees, again, so I understand it, what's the increase estimating for them across all of them, not individually, but?
They are going from $1.5 million in total that they contribute to $2.4 million that they will contribute. And that's not on the slide either.
Thank you. Can you answer me what the average deduction is for one of our employees?
I'd have to do the math right quick too, because it will depend on what plan they're in.
Okay, that's
Right.
real quick. And copay was going to be the same thing. I was going to ask what
Oh,
the average was.
Okay, so
too.
just to be clear, I would have to do the math on what the average per paycheck amount is. We can do that, no
No, it's-
problem. But you were
it's okay.
asking about what the deductible is that right?
I'm asking both, yeah.
Okay, so the copays on, let's start with copays on pharmacy, whether you're in the base plan or the buy-up plan, you'll either pay $5 per prescription for generic, $25 for a brand drug, or $40 for a non-preferred or specialty drug. The base plan has a deductible of $900, so for medical services, but it has copays for all sorts of things. You go to the doctor, etc. But for the big ticket items, it's a $900 deductible. Yep, $1,800 for a family. The buy-up plan, $500. Yep, so $250 for a single, and $500 if you have a two-person or family coverage. Before you pay some co-insurance, so a portion of those big ticket items. And we can get you the full, like, kind of an overview of the plan design if you'd like to,
Well, I
Commissioner
kind of
Shoemaker.
remember roughly what they are, but what I'm getting
Yeah.
to this is, my next question is how does that compare to the private sector?
Those deductibles and copays and co-insurance is very low in comparison to the private sector. Just, I will say, and we can do a full benchmarking, but I will say in general, deductibles for a single employee-only plan are going to be between $1,700 to $4,000. And copays for drugs, and actually I will tell you that in all our work over the last 4 years working on the pharmacy piece, there have been no less than probably every quarter we're asked, is the county open to increase copays on their drugs? They're very, very low. And we say, yes, we know, and that's intentional, and that's been, they probably don't feel low if you're paying $40 a month for a drug and you have a clerk's salary. They probably don't feel low, right? And we're aware of that.
Well, I am sympathetic to that, but
Yeah.
also in the same sense, we represent the residents of Genesee County who are also living within this mess of a system we've created as
Yes.
far as healthcare. And they're suffering the same thing too.
Yes.
Except on a higher level, because their payments, because I have a family, my wife is a nurse, and I know what we pay, and I know what the starting individual pays at that same hospital, which is a very similar ways to start out just to do basic stuff. And guess what? The premiums are much higher.
Yeah,
So it's not just here, it's everywhere, it's a mess.
it is.
And I appreciate that information. My next question is more towards HR. What's a normal time frame you give the Healthcare Coalition to look over the stuff before you spring it on them that they have to meet with you? What was done last year? Just give me an example. How much time was actually set out there last year before you said, hey, we're going to give you this, we expect you to meet with us and talk about how much time was set out last year?
Are you speaking of the rates?
Yeah,
The pres-
when you talked
It was
rates last year.
About 2 weeks.
Okay, and now we've gone Monday, and you expect them to meet Thursday. I find that a little upsetting. I'm with Commissioner Kuzno. I'd like to talk to you guys about that. I don't think that's the way to do it. You know, like I said, when I hear that, you know, we're gonna change things up or the commissioners didn't like or whatever, sometimes I must be out of the loop on a lot of things. You know, and when that's what I'm saying. No, we have department heads that I understand. Some of us are tougher to get a hold of, some of us are not. But the fact is when I'm getting calls from our staff, okay, and I'm blessed. I'll never complain, because guess what? I like that they reach out to me. I like that they feel they can email me. I like that they feel they can talk to me. That's a blessing to me. But the fact is, when I heard this went on, Because if they hadn't come up and said something, I was gonna say something. Because it makes you guys look bad, but it also makes us look bad. And I get frustrated with that because they deserve the time to evaluate and look it over too. Just like when I get stuff sometimes, there's some stuff that's real simple to look over, but this is not a simple thing to look over. This is very complex. So I would like you guys, when you get a hold of Marty, please let me know, and I'd like to sit in on that or have a discussion.
Will do.
No, go ahead. Oh, will do. Is that what you said?
Will do, yes.
Sorry, too much time in an auction lane. Sometimes the hearing goes. Mr. Chair, this is my next question I'd like to put out to this board. Last year, we had the new commissioners come in. I had mentioned that we probably should have a meeting to discuss how our healthcare plan works. It's very unusual compared to what you do if you're in the public or private sector. And I still think that would be a wonderful thing for, and not everybody has to attend it, but I think it'd be great to have HR and anyone else that would want to explain how this works, because it's not like a normal business where we're just going out, I'm buying Blue Cross insurance for my employees and they're paying the difference. I wish we'd have done it last year. I still think it's very important. And I don't know if our board wants to do it or if they just want to have several members do it, but Mr. Freeman, please, let's get some dates together. If we have enough of us, we'll have to post it, which is fine, but it's very complex what we're doing, and I think we need to talk about all facets of it on a deeper, much deeper level, because this is not stopping. This is continuing to escalate at these costs. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Shoemaker. Do we have additional questions or discussion? So if you would, invite me to the next Healthcare Coalition meeting. As I understand it, I'm able to sit in on that, or any commissioner can. Is that correct?
That is correct. It will be tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So,
how about the Thursday one that's
yeah, I will
next
send that
month?
notice out, yes.
Yeah, I'll be in Lansing tomorrow lobbying legislators to reduce our health care, ironically, costs. So invite me, please, and if other commissioners want the dates of the Healthcare Coalition meetings, maybe just send out an email to everyone, all 9 of us. I know that it's a bargaining issue. It's a closed meeting otherwise. Is that right?
That is correct.
So you've
yes.
got the members. Each bargaining unit has 1 or more members based on their size of their number of employees. Is
Correct.
that right? And then we have a team, obviously, from the administration, human resources, and you all as our consultants. So let us know when you're meeting, and I will commit to come to the one in April and be a fly on the wall so I can have a better understanding of how it works. And when you call, when Anita and you meet with commissioners about the communication piece, add me into that, because I believe I have some insights that I can share with my colleagues on it. Do we have additional, Mr. Lloyd?
I just was reminded that that HR falls under the committee I chair, government operations. So when that meeting is had with Anita and team, I like to coordinate so that I'm a part of that. I think it's appropriate.
Yep, sounds good. Do we have additional discussion or comments? Thank you. You are appreciated. We have next on our agenda appointments. I'm going to defer to the chair of that committee, Commissioner Shoemaker.
Yes, I'd like to move items 1 and 2.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? These would be resolutions that end with 0325 and 0326. So I'll make just a comment. I'm leaving the Land Bank Board, which is how we have an opening for Vice Chair Getzinger to sit on that. I guess I was supposed to write a letter of resignation to myself, but that felt weird. So I'm just announcing the fact to my colleagues that I'm leaving the Land Bank so that I can focus more on my chair duties here. And I'm grateful to our Vice Chair for his interest in joining that. He's spoken with the Chair of the Land Bank, which is Sam Muma, our Treasurer, as well as the Director, Mr. Michael Freeman, and I think it'll be a great fit. Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Chair, I think it's appropriate that you follow the process.
I could write it out right now and just hand it to myself. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor of these two resolutions, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. Shoemaker, I believe you have an add-on.
We have an add-on 1, so it will be item 3, and I will Be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Genesee County, Michigan, in accordance with the appointment policy, authorized to advertise 3 vacant seats on the Genesee County Planning Commissions for the term expiring March 31, 2029.
Support.
Add-on number 1 has been moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Winfrey. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, we're adding it. First motion is to add it to the agenda. My apologies. Is there discussion on adding it to the agenda? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Entertain a motion to move it.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Anything else, Mr. Shoemaker, on appointments?
All we have, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Oh, real
Sure.
quick. Sorry, I apologize. We had a gentleman up here earlier, wanted to understand the process of how it goes. When we put them out for advertisement, we give a month for people to apply. Then, once we do have all the applications, we turn it over to our Corporation Counsel and Mr. Freeman to evaluate, to make sure everybody fits our qualifications for those. 1, live in the county. And then what we'll do is we hand them out then to the commissioners, we review them, then they'll go on the agenda. So it's generally about a 2-month process from that standpoint, but we want to make sure we get it down and give everybody time to apply. So that's how we're handling it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have standing committees, Board of Commissioners. I'm the chair. Gary Getzinger is the vice chair. I'll entertain a motion on Resolution 2026-0293.
Move it.
It's been moved and supported. I wonder, before we have discussion, we had a fair amount of discussion last week, and we directed our Corporation Counsel to, I'll say, fine-tune the ballot language that is before us this evening. And Brian, if you would just summarize the work that you did and why, the changes that you made and why you made them.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. The language that was given to us, proposed by the arts folks, wasn't what we normally use as the language for a renewal for a ballot proposal. So what I did was, I did the same thing that I do for all of the other millage renewals, which is to use the original language that was on the ballot when the original proposal was proposed, and essentially edit the language to turn it from the original proposal to language that turns it into a renewal. So there's no magic or anything. It's just taking the original millage language and doctoring it so that it reads as a renewal. That's really all I did.
All right, thank you, Mr. Corporation Counsel. Mr. Shoemaker.
Mr. Chair, I am having handed out a substitute motion at this time. I would like to move the substitute motion. I'm looking for a second.
Is there support?
Support.
Substitute motion has been moved and supported. Mr. Shoemaker, I'll give you the floor so you can talk about
Thank you, Mr.
how this
Chair.
differs from the main motion that was already made.
As everyone knows, my main complaint with this is not the fact that it's on our ballot, that it's being used. It's the fact that county residents elect us to handle these funds. So what we've done is, if you'll look at the portion of it where it talks about the annual dedicated funds will run through, instead of the Flint Cultural Center Foundation, it will run through Genesee County, which we will add. Nothing as far as the entities that are being serviced by this millage or funded by this millage. Those names are all still there. The only thing we've had added a little lower is other organizations, because we felt, or I felt, should I say, and I have talked to a few people about this, that if we're living up to this, which we passed, we want to make sure that if there are new and wonderful programs, and we want growth in Genesee County, we don't want them to be limited to us having these funds tied up. So let's say someone comes up with a new program, or let's say our schools get their funding cut at the state level. This will allow us as commissioners to direct those funds while living up to our priorities. In addition, if you look down there, it is still the same. It's a 10-year. It'll begin in 2028, like previously stated, and it'll end in 2037. I have had Corporation Counsel look this over. This will continue to be a renewal, in his opinion, and this will bring the income from that millage to the residents, because we are voted on by the residents. We are asked to be responsible for their funds, and we are. So, with that being said, any questions, I'll be glad to talk about them, or Corporation Counsel can. Ryan has been very helpful in this process. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. So we have discussion on the substitute motion. Is there discussion? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we can, if someone can give us more information about the implications of this change. You know, I know that the Flint Cultural Center Foundation has a board that currently allocates the money. So this is going to Genesee County. So what does that look like, and what are the implications?
Well, what it's going to look like is, first, just like any other millage where we allocate the funds to and from into different areas, we can. Now, obviously, these organizations that are listed on here are community organizations that are going to get funds and continue to get funds because they are listed under here. What it's also going to look like, because it's going to continue with the same millage for 2 more years. Okay, so nothing till 2028. That will allow us time. My opinion is of what should happen, but it allows time to figure that process out. My opinion is we should form a 5-person member board, 4 commissioners and 1 group from the Flint Cultural Center Foundation, and then at that point we distribute figure out where the funds are going. The key thing I do not want to do with this is rip the Band-Aid off and kneecap somebody or an organization and say, guess what, you can't continue to function, because all of a sudden we went down this road. But in fairness to everyone else, when we passed the millage, it was $8 million. It's $12 million now, and yet there's not a lot of new programs being set out. So this will allow us, 1, return the balance of, should I say, authority over these funds to the people where they should have been. So that's what we're going to do. We have 2 years to figure out how we want to do it. This board will figure that. We will set that up. We will vote on whether we think that's the best way to do it, and that's how we can handle it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Winfrey.
Yeah, I wonder, and maybe the Corporation Counsel can answer this question. Changing the language thusly, how is that different than what was presented last week when we said that we could not change the language?
Corporation Counsel.
I don't remember last week's discussion, so I don't remember anybody saying that the language could not be changed.
Well, the whole discussion was around the language that the Cultural Center Foundation presented that we said we could not move forward with.
I believe what I said, or what I meant, was that I hadn't reviewed their proposed language. I spoke with the chair. In my head, if this board was going to vote to renew the millage, I was going to craft the language how I did as it's presented to you today. The language does not have to be identical. I'm comfortable that the proposed changes by Commissioner Shoemaker still allow this millage to be called a renewal.
Commissioner Winfrey?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, and I know my concern was last week was I just hadn't looked at the change language because I thought it was the same language, and so I know I'll be remiss not to say anything. I wanted that language reviewed, wanted there to be some discussion, consideration, so we know what it is. But Commissioner Shoemaker, so as it relates to a committee, I know you mentioned 5 4 members of county commission, a member from the cultural center. But is it true, Brian, as we discuss whatever that is as a board, that board or that committee could be more than 5? Could that be more than 5?
Yes.
Because what if we said, hey, we want an individual from the different entities or whatever case may be, you know, to round it out? So it's, because I think if it's going to be a commission or a committee that makes recommendation to this board, I think that it should be made up of folks from the different entities, but community as well, and commissioners, so that there's a community fingerprint and organization fingerprint on it. So, but we have time to still kind of figure out, we don't have to figure out those details tonight. Is that right?
That's correct.
Commissioner Shoemaker, did you want to?
I was just going to answer, yes, this board can shape whatever that looks like moving forward. We have different committees. The difference is back a few years back, Charles sat on it with me, and BB was chair a couple times, and we had the health care board. Okay, we would make recommendations from their decisions, and guess what? It would come to this board. But it was made up, and we chose to disband that board because we felt that it was more feasible with what was going on to bring it here. But we have the right to create, and you don't have to form a board, but it gives us time to do that. We've got 2 years, basically a little over 2 years, or under 2 years, to decide that, how we want to best do that, and what we think would be best after having conversations, because I think there should be a lot of conversations on these things. But I also, instead of just also having these organizations that are listed on here, I think you better bring in the out county. You know what I'm saying? You better begin people paying a lot of the bill. You know, so that makes it more of a balanced discussion. So, but the beautiful part of it is we have a lot of ways to go with this. The important thing is it's brought in under our umbrella where people who vote for people can determine whether, if they don't like what we've done with this or not, have a say and express it at the ballot box. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Cousineau.
First of all, I want to say from a personal, I'm a supporter of the arts in general. Even my oldest son is a freelance reporter in another state, and he receives grants and et cetera for a lot of the work that he does. And so I know that the public supports the grants, the artist in general. Now, going back a number of years ago, I'm the only commissioner that's left here, still sitting, when this was first put on the ballot and brought to this board. In my opinion, a lot of nefarious things happened. I won't go into them. But I'll be right up front, I voted no then for the same reason I am going to vote no now. We were given very little time, only 2 days. We're talking a lot about that here lately, to make that decision to put it on the ballot. But right away, I was able to very quickly see that what my community would be taxed for would not be reflected into what they received back. And I don't see any change in this either. Another thing is what I should have said when I said this, being I was here then, what was promised then has not been kept now, my opinion. When you get into the breakdown of this, even the add-on agenda today, or the amendment, does not address my primary concern. My community pays, I don't know, probably back then it was $1.2 million a year. They were promised to get part of $500,000 a year in return. We had to fight to get that through GFACT. We were finally able to get some of that, but every year since then, they get less and less and less and less, while other organizations are added. Some of those new organizations, one of them which I just got a text the other day thanking us for it. First time around, they're getting more than what these people have been getting over the last 8 years. I have big problems with that. Now, if you take my whole community, which isn't just where I'm from, but my whole district, the only communities that are receiving anything is Vienna Township and the city of Clio. Those are the ones I'm telling you that are getting less and less and less all the time. But they're the only community in my district that receives anything. The other communities, municipalities, which there's 3 other townships and 2 other cities, receive zeta. Now, there's been a lot of talk about people from the community coming in and using it from the out county. I know they do. So what I've asked for in the past, and I know because I helped set up the MOU, and the Cultural Center was doing it anyway, but it was very easy to track where people were coming from. And one of the ideas behind this arts millage was to increase participation from the public. When I look at those numbers of how many people that are using it, it really hasn't changed much. So how I view it is that we're robbing from people that don't use it to give to people that are using it, which hasn't really changed. And I've had other people tell me that go to them all the time say, well, we're not noticing any change in the faces. To subsidize them that we're going to anyway. So you're giving them 10% or free or whatever, but you know, there's been free activities forever, especially the school kids. I've told my community leaders come to me and begged me not to support this, and I told them I would not with the language that is there. I and they are open to change it. But I cannot vote for this, the amendment, or I cannot vote for the main thing until I see major changes and my community gets something in return. And I don't see $60,000, and by the way, Greg Fielder won't even return their phone calls to explain why he's giving them less. I have a big problem with that. And in this, even the amendment, you're not adding anything more to that $500,000. And that has to be divided amongst the whole county. Now, we were promised that that $500,000 would go to get the out county to vote for this. We were promised that $500,000, but to be spent in the out county. In the out county only. Not in the city of Flint that was receiving the lion's share of this. Now, I know the McCree Center has moved, but as time has gone on, I see more and more, and I've checked with GFACT, these funds are not going to the out county necessarily. Over 60% of that $500,000 is going back into the Flint city. So the county, out county, isn't even receiving the $500,000 they were promised, which is highway robbery. My opinion only. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Shoemaker.
This is more of just sorry, I turned it off so I don't have you hear me. This is more to Commissioner Kuzno's, for his knowledge, or other board members too, I guess. To keep it as a renewal, there is a minimal language we could add or change. And that's why I add "and other organizations," because that means that, guess what? Other than that $500,000, we can take the rest of those funds and allocate those where we want. And that is with my conversation, not just me saying that, as my conversation with Corporation Counsel earlier. So we have had that. So then it would be up to this board, because the other way you leave it and it passes, we don't have any say where they go. So that's why we added that in, or should I say, Brian helped me, because he's, you know, he's Corporation Counsel, and I do appreciate it, to make sure that, guess what, we have a say in that. There are other organizations, so that could be, example in my center, art program, Alosi Senior Center, or Swartz Creek Community Schools, because guess what, they have a theater program, and all these others. So it allows us, where the other way we have, as a board, no say if it goes on the agenda, and it passes the other way, and it goes to the voters. So this is a way we can keep it as a renewal by adding this language, where if we start adding all kinds of other organizations to this, to the out county we wanted to list, then all of a sudden it's not a renewal. And if that's the way the board chose to go, so be it. This is just trying to, guess what, add those outside communities and allow them to have a say in where these funds are spent. Because if it passes the way it was before, guess what? You're gonna have 10 years more of, guess what? Your community getting less and less and less, and you have no say. You have no meeting to talk about it. It just keeps going by. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Lloyd?
No, I was just going to say, I appreciate all of the discussion. I support all of the organizations in this millage, and certainly I desire to support every one of these institutions receiving resources. I met with this group in a previous meeting, and also raised concerns just in general at that time about other entities across the county being able to receive, have opportunity to receive resources, and they're sitting here, so they know do you remember me having that discussion? Okay, so there's a witness that I actually said that. But the other piece is that, opportunity for other entities that are receiving resources to be able, based on what's happening, if we see support, see a reason to provide support. I like to see other organizations also be able to receive resources. I don't want to hurt organizations that are receiving resources, but this is a millage that will be 10 additional years. And, I didn't realize we were going to be looking at this 2 years in advance when it was brought to us. I thought that we would, be entertaining this maybe a little ways out. Be it as it may, it came, and, I'm not opposed to what you suggested. I like that the organizations that I desire to support are still listed here. I like that there's opportunity for other organizations across the county, because I'm sympathetic to my colleagues' sentiment, which is a reason why I raised it with this group in a meeting when I was chair of this board. So I think that this language captures that. And then it coming under the Genesee County, and we can work out what that looks like. That's consistent with other millage pieces. I mean, one of the things I had to think about is, am I going to do something special for this group or do something special for others? Or I'd rather be in the realm of consistency. So if I know, because the cultural centers are in my district, Burston is in my district, and I certainly, Commissioner Kuzno, I'm agreeing with you and your sentiment. I don't want to see those institutions hurt, and so I plan to support this either way. But in fairness to my colleagues, I also want to be able to support other organizations that want to. The other piece is, as the tax base continues to increase and more money is going to these funds, I'm not going to suggest that all of those resources should only go to these organizations. As our residents pay additional tax dollars, and thank you for the history, Commissioner Cousineau, we should be able to not only address those who may be underfunded, but also address organizations that don't have a shot at these resources as well. I also like the thought of giving more resources to what is it, GFAC, but I also don't want to jeopardize this not being a renewal, because I know that has implications at the deal. So this language, I believe, gives us an opportunity to have more discussion. If it passes, we can have a workshop, figure out what the commission looks like and that kind of thing. If these groups have seats at the table, it'd be selfish, in my opinion, to say, no, we shouldn't do that, because it's not just about one or two organizations. Let's have a seat at the table for them. Let's have the seat at the table for other members of the community, and let's make sure that it's done in a way that we don't hurt these organizations, but we're able to provide support throughout the county. So I appreciate the work that was done. Thank you for making sure it's a renewal, and thank you for providing access for other organizations while not cutting these other organizations out, because I would not support that.
Additional discussion. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of the original language in the renewal for the reason that, that Commissioner Winfrey mentioned earlier. I think having a carbon copy of the original language, there's value in that. I can also understand, and I sympathize with the comments that were made earlier about districts about there not being equity across all districts, because I am a big believer in equity. However, I think that we should get this on, I think there's uniformity in terms of all of us around the table wanting to support the arts. I don't hear any opposition about that. So I do think there is some discontent with the distribution method that's being used. And so my thinking is that we can take a close look at that distribution method and look at ways, having the Board of Commissioners look at ways that we can be more intentional about that distribution, of funding, because apparently for the last 10 years there have been perhaps flaws with it. I don't know that. I haven't, all I see is this research that's been presented in front of me today, and I have a feeling that, and really from my observation, not just a feeling, I know that these are world-class institutions that are offering arts in our community right now. And we need to really continue to fuel those world-class institutions because of the comments that we had. We heard a lady who said she moved here because of the arts that we have in this community. So I don't want to risk putting that in jeopardy when I think we do have 2 years to really sit back and evaluate the allocation system. The operative word, I think, in this millage is, it says funding through. So funding through to the Flint Cultural Center Foundation, that means it comes to somebody else first. It comes to us, and then it goes through the Flint Cultural Center Foundation, which still, I think, gives us authority to put our footprint on that distribution mechanism.
Mr. Chair,
Let me get Commissioner Flewelling first, and then you, Mr. Shoemaker.
I just wanted to,
Real quick.
if I may,
You go
Brian,
ahead.
just to answer this with the, so you're saying you're in support of the original motion, so I understand that, which does not allow us to do anything else with that, because there's no other. These are the only organizations to be spent with, and any other organization is only gonna get the little tiny sliver of the $500,000. That's all they can get by the way the resolution, or by the way the millage is written, if we don't change it. So we could talk all we want. It doesn't matter. These are the groups that are listed here that get the money. You can't change it unless you add other organizations can be added. And the problem is, this little spot down here, which hasn't increased, and they can't change it because this is what the people voted on, it's $500,000 for them to decide what they do with this discretion. So that's discretionary. This has to go to these groups unless we add the other organizations, because then it frees us up and we're living up to it that we can add other groups. If not, we can't. Corporation Council, is that our conversation for earlier today? If we did not add the other, those are the organizations that can get those funds and nothing else.
In short, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So Dr. Brown, my point is, I know you want to see spread those out, and I do too, and that's why I'm offering this. So just as a rebuttal, because I'm the one that put it forward, and I thank you, Brian, for being patient with me. I'm sorry, I just wanted to get that cleared up before. Maybe it might have cleared up yours, I was hoping, but I don't think so. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would just say, to address the equal distribution of these funds, as many of us have discussed, it's not there. I've talked to music programs in my district at the schools. I've talked to drama programs. You know what? They've never heard of it. They didn't know that this $500,000 existed. They've seen, now certainly the music program in Davison schools is not lacking in funds, right? But there are other programs that could certainly use some help. And the fact that none of them have ever heard of this opportunity tells me, and look, I get it. You know, Sloan's great, Longway's great, all of these other groups are great. My kids for years have gone down there. I went down Longway when I was a grade schooler, and they're great. But the fact of the matter is, in talking, and there was several people from my district tonight that absolutely love these programs, and I'm very supportive of that and sympathetic to that. The fact of the matter is, for $12 million a year, 90% of that, I would say, comes from the out county. 90% of it flows, at least 90, maybe more, because I'm not sure where this $500,000 has gone over the years. Stays right here in the city. And I get it. Everybody comes from the out county, comes down here. But when I talk to the people in Otisville, they're really not interested in paying that $1 million anymore for programs that they don't take advantage of. People in Richfield Township, okay? So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Shoemaker. My one no vote to keep it from going on the ballot, if I do vote no, probably isn't gonna matter based on the layout of this board. But the fact of the matter is, you have an unelected body that determines, right, yep, we have the names of the places that it goes in the millage language. But an unelected body takes taxpayer money and decides how to allocate it. And with this change, at least it opens the door for the elected officials on this body to allocate those taxpayer funds and determine where the areas of greatest need are. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Cousineau.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this board is held responsible. When I am out and about in the community, people hold me responsible for how these dollars are allocated. And what I'm hearing here is that we're not, which I know we're not, so things need to come back to the board. We're the ones that are held responsible, but what I wanted to add is that this isn't the only millage that's written this way. There's a lot of them. We pass them, or the community does. We've put them on the ballot. But it just bypasses us. But we are held responsible. So all the millages in the future, I think, as they come up for renewal, should have this type of concept. I'm through.
Commissioner Flewelling.
Just to clarify real quick, Mr. Chair, the motion we have on the floor is for this amendment, right? This amendment.
Correct. This is the motion on the floor that we are debating is based on a substitute offered by Commissioner Shoemaker and supported by you, I believe. And the principle for the public that's trying to follow along, The principal changes, as I understand it, the money that is raised, the total amount that's raised annually, instead of being essentially, I think, a pass-through from us collecting it as a county and then to the Flint Cultural Center Foundation, for them then to work on dispensing it to the organizations that are listed here. Instead, the money would be collected by the county, and we would develop some sort of mechanism, which isn't in here but doesn't have to be, that would allow us to, as a 9-member board, charge some people with giving us recommendations. Although the way it still reads is that the core institutions are the ones that were listed 8 years ago or whenever it was. So the FIA and FIM and others. And then the other piece, it says, and other organizations, which in my mind would allow for not only funding the core institutions, but perhaps opening up some of the increase in dollars from property taxes going up to some of the out-county, especially, I hear it too, in my district, which is all out-county, and then maintaining the $500,000 to the Arts Council. And then the years were added, the 10-year piece was added, where it would begin in 2028 and expire in 2037. Is that a good summary, Mr. Shoemaker? Do we have additional discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Why don't we do a roll call, Madam Clerk, if you would? So the vote is on the substitute motion, and starting with Mr. Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Winfrey,
No.
Commissioner Gatzinger,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
No.
Commissioner Avery,
No.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Kuzno,
Yes.
Commissioner Wayhill,
Yes?
Commissioner Flewelling.
Yes.
Did you announce the vote, Madam Clerk?
It's 6 yeses, 3 noes, motion passes.
All right, so the motion is carried, which I believe means that the renewal is now going to be on the August ballot. Am I right about that?
Procedurally, I took this as an amendment of the original resolution, so now you would have to vote to pass.
Okay,
the
so we've
resolution
substituted
as-
this for the main motion, and now we vote on the main motion.
Yes.
All right.
Move the resolution to add this to the ballot.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion?
Let's clarify what we're voting on.
We're voting on this language, which the main motion with the original resolution language that we came in tonight with has now been changed to this. So we're now voting on what Commissioner Shoemaker.
Okay, forgive my ignorance. I thought that's what we just voted on because we voted to.
Well, I'm taking the advice of the Corporation Council.
No, we voted to amend the
Yes.
original resolution.
Essentially, it's an amendment.
So we just voted to change it to what was proposed. Now we vote to pass what was proposed.
Okay.
You still comfortable with that?
Yes.
So, all right. We're voting on the resolution as amended. How's that? Is that your motion? Been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Now it's on the ballot. All right. Thank you to those that came out. You got to have art, and art brings us together. Is that right, Mr. Sims? Thank you. All right. Moving on, we have Community and Economic Development with Chair Dr. Beverly Brown and Vice Chair Sean Shoemaker. Dr. Brown.
I move Resolution 2026-0297.
For support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Under Finance Committee, I'm sorry, Dr. Brown, do you have a report? No report tonight, thank you. Under Finance Committee, Chair Martin Kuzno and Vice Chair Gary Getzinger. Mr. Kuzno.
Mr.
Chair, I was unable to attend this part of the agenda last week due to a unfortunate circumstance of a funeral. So I'll defer to Mr. Getzinger.
Right, Vice Chair Getzinger, you're on.
All right. All right, I'd like to look for support for Resolution 2026-0122, forwarding to receive and file copy of the first quarter fiscal year 25-26 investment report.
Mr. Chair, I'd
Moved
like
and
to move the
support.
consent agenda. Make a motion to move the consent agenda for finance.
So is that motion 1 through
13,
13?
with any removals.
So the motion is now a consent agenda. Items 1 through 13 have been moved. Are there any separations?
Could you give me just a minute, please?
Sure.
I'm fine with it.
All right, no separations. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Any report from the Finance Committee?
No report.
No report. Thank you, gentlemen. Governmental Operations Committee, Del Rico Lloyd, Chair, Sean Shoemaker, Vice Chair. Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move items 1 and 2 as presented.
Right. Been moved. Any support to move item 1 and 2?
Support.
All right.
All right.
Chairman,
Mr. Winfrey.
yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment to that first item. And the amendment reads as follows. That it should be the policy of Genesee County to require that federal law enforcement personnel and agencies submit a valid and signed judicial warrant to the sheriff or his/her designee prior to the county providing any information or data obtained through county-operated, leased, or owned automated license plate readers, cameras, or systems, unless in the sheriff or his/her designee's professional judgment, there are exigent circumstances such that the delay caused by requiring a warrant would almost certainly lead to imminent harm or danger to the public or members thereof. Also, that it be the policy of Genesee County that the sheriff or his/her designee should make the Genesee County Board of Commissioners aware of all such requests by federal law enforcement personnel and agencies in writing within 24 hours of the receipt of such request.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and supported, and I believe everyone has a copy of what Commissioner Winfrey has read out. Do we have discussion on the proposed amendment? Commissioner Cousineau.
I only bring this up because I did hear somebody in the public talk about the state addressing this. So I had contacted a state rep about this issue, and it has been brought before the state. However, this particular individual didn't think that anything would be acted on or brought to the governor's desk yet this year. So I just wanted to add that. That's all.
I've got Commissioner Flewelling, and then I think Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Corporate Council. Brian, aside from budgetary oversight, what statutory authority does this body have over operational oversight of a co-equal branch of county government like the Sheriff's Department?
Thank you for putting me on the spot. Off the top of my head, the only thing I can think of is that the legislative body, this board, holds the power of the purse. And I don't know if you're looking for something other than that answer, but the sheriff is a constitutional officer, and there's very limited ability of this board to tell him how to run the office. And it's usually just by the purse strings.
So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. A couple things there is, you know, I just sitting here, if I was sitting there, or sitting down the street, with amendments like this starting to come up, with language and talk like this, I certainly, as a sheriff's deputy, or as a sheriff, or as command staff, would be very leery and almost accusatory that this body is perhaps trying to obstruct and interfere with their statutory sworn duties. Us telling them how to conduct law enforcement operations. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm them, every single request becomes emergent. Every single request has exigent circumstances attached to it. And aside from that, who are we to demand that they inform us? I get it, we got the power of the purse. We can tell them no. We can vote no. In fact, all we have to do tonight is have 5 people vote no on these 2 items. 30 cameras go away. You're still gonna drive past 200 of them in the city of Flint to get here, in Grand Blanc Township, in Davison Township. The rest of the county's covered with them. So to me, rather than sit here and try to pontificate and pander to the national media in Washington and Lansing politics, if you don't like them, vote no. But to sit here and say that our sheriff's department must demand a judicial warrant, Captain Murphy can probably speak to how often warrants are involved, and you may even know, you're a lawyer, how often warrants are involved in active investigations. If you're seeking evidentiary proof, if you have reasonable suspicion of probable cause that a crime was committed or occurring, you're not gonna have a warrant, right? And I get it. Oh, okay, well, if it's an emergent need, we'll waive that. Wow, we're not the arbiters of whether or not it's emergent. They are. And the fact of the matter is not just ICE. I mean, everybody keeps talking about ICE. It's ATF, it's FBI. This county, especially this city, but this county has an arson problem. We've had arson fires in Richfield Township that had Richfield Township had flock cameras, probably would have caught the guy. Because the neighbor said, yep, it was a blue pickup truck with a coexist sticker on the back window. Who knows, right? My point is, we sit here, and people in this room, people at this table, society in general, want to feel safe and comfortable on their college campuses and in their boardrooms without ever experiencing what it takes for certain people to provide that comfort to them every day. The blood and the guts and the work that's put in on the street by police and fire and EMS, and then we want to sit here at this dais and say, okay, listen, you can do it, but you have 24 hours to tell us. What are you going to tell us? They had a request? They're certainly not going to give us names. They're certainly not going to give us details. And then what? What happens then? What's the end game? If Captain Murphy or Sheriff Swanson come to us and say, okay, we had 6 requests by the FBI for camera footage, and we had 6 requests by ICE, what are we going to say, no? Brian, what power do we have to say no? Can we then go back and say, all right, it's finally happened. We've gotten ICE coming to Genesee County, and they want camera footage and details. Okay. We're going to cancel the contract. Cancel the contract, pull the cameras. Cool. That's fine. They'll go down the road to the city of Flint. They'll go to Grand Blanc Township or Davison Township or the state police, which MDOT has cameras all over I-75. So, in my opinion, the only thing we're doing here is fluff. We want to put amendments out there that put imaginary guardrails that mean nothing. If you don't like the cameras, vote no. And if you vote no, please, by all means, let's get Crystal up here and let's figure out how, okay, cool, we're voting no. How are we going to pay the early termination fees, the camera fees? Now we got to pay it. And maybe we should talk to emergency manager Metropolis to see if we're going to have to pay back any of the grant money we've received. So I don't think it's just as simple as making this amendment, and I appreciate the position that a lot of people are put in politically in this day and age. Nobody likes surveillance. Yep, I get it. Nobody wants them satellites overhead watching us. Nobody wants our cell phones listening to us or anything else. But the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, it's simple. We got the power of the purse. You're right, Brian. So we can vote no. We can say no. But what we cannot do, in my opinion, is tell the sheriff's department how to do their job. The only elected law enforcement official in this county is the county sheriff. Whether it's Chris Swanson or Robert Pickell or Joe Wilson or whoever it may be next, going down the road. They're elected by the people of this county to serve in that position, and in that position, they put all of those people underneath them that they trust. And we have a reasonable assurance that we can trust them too. I get it, a lot of people don't like cops. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, we want to put an amendment out there with these guardrails to say, you gotta have a judicial warrant. Well, that's also, Brian, you probably know, I mean, that's being argued right now in certain courts. Judicial versus administrative warrants, right? Well, we're not at that level, right? The other thing is they have to notify us within 24 hours. So what? And kind of like, you know, your kid comes to you and says his sister didn't do the dishes yesterday. Well, what are you going to do about it today? Nothing. So in my opinion, the amendment means nothing. If you don't like the cameras, you don't want the cameras, vote no. But rest assured, when you leave here tonight, number one, there's facial recognition cameras probably in the hallway. Number two, all the way to I-69, you're going to pass flock cameras that are owned by the city of Flint. And we're not at that meeting. And I'm not aware that anybody's at those meetings protesting their flock cameras. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Start with, Commissioner Kuzo mentioned that he thought there was legislation over there, but he didn't know if the governor would sign it. Well, legislation she has signed is for cameras to be put up and write speeding tickets. And that's what they're doing. They're taking a picture of how fast you're going and a license plate, and then they're going to send them to you. It's going to start next year. So I doubt she'll sign the flock. If not, it's pretty hypocritical. Now, as for something that was said, and I really appreciate that, Brian, you said the power of the purse. If we wanted to say to the sheriff's department, you will do these things, as an example I'll give you, the clerk's office is closed on Friday. You know I'm not really a big fan of that. As I watched 50 or 60 people at each Friday come down and not get service. But he is a co-elected. He has all the rights in the world to do that with his office. So tonight, if we do this, you're telling me I'm going to come up and I'm going to move a resolution to the floor telling him he's going to open this Friday. Because I have the right to tell him what to do. Because he's a co-elected, which I don't. So you can't tell the sheriff what to do. Because if you can, then we should be able to tell him, open the clerk's office. You can't have it both ways. So that's where I am with that portion of it. But it really comes down to this. If you don't think they should be there, just like Brian said, vote no. I am not. I'm understand, trust me, I'm torn on this more than anything around here. Because I'm sure Charles remembers when I said it was Big Brother 3 years ago when no one gave a darn. But now that ICE is involved, everybody cares. It's the law. Tell it to the family of people that were killed or raped that they didn't get these people in time. That you don't want them looking in something. Or you don't want them arresting somebody. It's still our law. If you don't like ICE, they're enforcing the law. You don't like the way they're doing it, fine. Run for Congress. Run for something. Get something in place. But the real thing is it's still our law. You came here illegally. We can't pick and choose which laws you like to uphold. That doesn't lead to a successful society. We've seen that through history over and over and over again. So if you don't like the cameras, vote no on the cameras. For me, it's a tough one, not because of ICE, just because, guess what? I believe in individual freedoms. But here's the thing. I've given that up, not just this. Yeah, I can turn it off. I can leave it at home. But guess you know, if I turn it off, I got to turn the location service off. It's still tracking me. Because guess what? I drove down the road. You know what? The gentleman that drove to get here, all those cameras on 69, flashes. Guess what? They took his picture. They know where he is. It's his car. Our officers have a tough enough job to do. And in the last, I want to say 16 years, when I was a kid, man, you respected law enforcement. And I haven't lived through what people have with law enforcement. I've had an incident or two at times with some things that I go, wow. But the majority of them are doing a great job and doing a tough job. But 15, 16 years ago, all of a sudden a target got put on these poor guys' backs. You don't know what it's like to walk up to a house, most of us. Don't know what it's like to walk up there, walk up to a darn car, and not know if you're going home to see your kids. You don't know that. This is a tool that helps them. They told us it helps them. It helps them, and it probably keeps some of them safe at times. You know, and I've heard people down here before, and I've heard commissioners say it, that you don't need law enforcement. That's the biggest hoax I've ever seen in my life. This helps them do their job. Either you want to help them do their job or not. But I will tell you, like I said, we don't have the right to tell the sheriff's department or the sheriff, Chris Swanson, how to run his department, just like we don't have the right to tell Dominique Clemens, who's the clerk, that he has to be open on Fridays. We could cut his budget if we want to, but I'm going to tell you right now, a lot more favorable cutting a clerk's budget than it is cutting a sheriff's budget. Doesn't look good. I'm very upset with this because, one, I was the one that asked just to look into something very simple. I said, I want to know, do we have secure feeds? Do we have secure server farms? What's our process? We really didn't have a process. So luckily, Mike is working on a process with us. I've given some information I have to make sure we have that, to make sure that everything we buy, hardware and software, is coming through his office. So we're protected. I didn't think it would lead to this. You know, ask yourself, though, truthfully, two things I'm just asking. One, if it wasn't for ICE, would you vote this down? And two, do you have the right to do it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it.
You're
I'm sorry,
welcome,
guys. I was
Commissioner.
really upset
Do we have
about it.
additional discussion? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last week I did make the statement that I trust individuals, but I don't trust systems. And that was why I was the outlier who voted no on the proposal. Since that time, because I'm a researcher as well, I did some more research. I did not have the opportunity or take advantage of looking at a demo of the software. And so I did that and went over and actually met with Captain Murphy, met with Deputy Rose, talked to the sheriff, and I saw the software in the context in which it's being used. Really, I saw it being used. I saw the software zero in on the license plate. I saw the software capture a photo of the vehicle. I asked the question, what if there's no license plate on the vehicle and there's just a paper license in the back window? And they said we wouldn't be able to capture that because it would be too blurry. As I tried to look through the window of the car, I couldn't make out anybody who was in the vehicle. So long story short, I felt more comfortable with the software itself after seeing it demonstrated. It also had a really impressive drop-down list of various offenses that the person might be associated with based on the license plate that was received by, anyone can call in this suspicion. So when I looked at that and I asked the question, what are the top, 2 or 3 reasons that flock might be used? The response I got was narcotics or human trafficking. And I think we can all agree that we don't want either of those things to be prevalent in our community. it does have to do with safety. The other thing that came up was, victims' rights. And I heard a story that happened in Genesee County of an elderly man whose car was stolen. And I imagine this car is his only form of transportation, of something to give him independence, and he was just really, really distraught that he had lost his vehicle. The flock system helped him find the vehicle, and once he found it, he was so thrilled to have his transportation back that he cried and hugged the officers. I personally have been impacted through with a home invasion, and the person has never ever been caught. So I think that in weighing all of these pros and cons and doing more research, I also talked to a county supervisor, a township supervisor. I talked to another police chief to talk about, to learn more about reciprocity with the data that's being shared. And there are agreements so that they can work together to find out how to track down criminals. The other thing I did was ask about the data, and the data is stored for 30 days. On day 31, the data disappears and it goes someplace else. So I asked the question, where does the data go? It probably, I didn't get this confirmed, but the assumption is that it goes into a cloud. So all of these license plates, the photos, the still photos of the license plates go into a cloud, and they sit there for likely 30 days. And after that 30 days is up, because these companies that pay for the storage in the cloud, they don't want to be paying for eternal storage data. These data centers do charge for storing the data. And so they, in order to save money, they would more than likely purge the data after 30 days rather than having it left in this cloud. So having learned all of that, I have come to the conclusion that, I had to ask myself the question, what's more valuable? Is it more valuable for a victim to have remedy and rest in their life and not to have to live with, 6 months in fear of, someone breaking into their house and whether or not they're going to come back? The fact of having a car returned to you or a child abducted, we have to weigh those kinds of situations and what our sheriff's office does and other police officers do to protect us versus the possible threat of Big Brother coming in and using the data in a nefarious way. So I weighed both of those really, really carefully over the weekend, and I came down to the fact that we want to be protected and we need to be protected. And if this is a tool that allows our public safety officers to do so, then I would vote in favor. I am voting in favor of keeping the flocks. Now, on the other side of the coin, we have seen patterns, unpleasant patterns that have led to unfortunate circumstances. And in order for us to get ahead of those patterns, I am in favor of putting forth any kind of speed bump to prevent that kind of activity from happening again. And so I am in favor of a warrant. If we pass it here and it turns out to be unlawful, then let's let the courts tell us that. But I'm in favor of putting forth the amendment that Commissioner Winfrey has presented. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Do we have additional discussion from anyone that's not been able to speak yet? Commissioner Getzinger.
I would just like to echo that I feel all a warrant is really going to do is slow down their investigative process. And I look at it, if that crime was against my family, I don't want to do anything to slow them down. And I'm okay with the reporting part of it as information, but I do agree it's probably just purely that, some information. But I cannot support requiring a warrant either.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Flewelling.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question for Brian, because I think that the warrant requirement and the reporting, it's just it's a whoozy, it's a whatsy, it's fugazi. It means nothing. It does nothing. That's my opinion, right? So let me ask you this, Brian. When it comes to this reporting piece, what are they going to report to us? Because I don't feel like that has been planned very well. So when Captain Murphy, who, to the best of my knowledge, they've never had an ICE request. So it's kind of like planning for a super volcano in Yellowstone that we think is going to happen. So they got to report to us in 24 hours. What are they reporting? Just the fact that there was a request? Because what are they going to report?
I appreciate your question. I don't think that's really a legal question. I kind of would.
Well, here's why
I think I should defer to the commissioner who proposed the amendment last week.
And here's why I ask this, right? If they're reporting to us that a request was made for footage, and we're documenting that we received their reporting of the request, does that then become potentially a part of a criminal case? Does that become FOIA-able? Does all of this investigative material all of a sudden be opened up in ways that we're not anticipating just because we want to know if the federal government comes to town, which I think, if I may, can I ask one question? Captain Murphy, if I may?
I think he was hoping to escape from.
Yeah, he was. I got an easy one. I got an easy one
to
for
the
you.
microphone. Welcome, welcome. If you would
Yes.
identify yourself for the record, and you may continue, Commissioner Flewelling.
Took an easy one for you. How many ICE requests have you ever received? Zero. Okay. How many FBI requests? Investigative requests, maybe not even just flock, but Okay, thank you. So, one that I know is sensitive to a lot of members of this board, the LDS tragedy, September and Grand Blanc. What tool did you use to identify where that person had been? Okay. How often during an active investigation, when you're looking for evidentiary material, is a warrant involved at that moment? Rarely. Okay. So you're looking to build a case. You're looking for a suspect. You gonna have a warrant? City of or Davidson Township gonna demand that you have a warrant to see their cameras? Okay. Okay.
Turn your mic on, Captain.
Commissioner Flewelling?
That's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Lloyd?
You know, there's a, I hear the concerns of my colleagues around the warrants. I agree, as Commissioner Wayhill and I, well as Commissioner Dr. Brown mentioned, had an opportunity to see that, that equipment. And I agree there's a balance. One of the other concerns that I had is that, you know, there may be incidents where the sheriff working with, there may be a situation where someone's in harm's way, where there's no time to get a warrant, they need to act. And then looking at this resolution, there's a line in here that says that, you know, a valid warrant is needed unless the sheriff or his or her designee's professional judgment, they determine that there's circumstances that a delay in providing that access, I'm not reading verbatim, could lead to harm or danger to the public or members thereof. And so to the point about the sheriff doing his job, I think the sheriff should have the ability to say, hey, you know, I agree as the elected law enforcement professional for Genesee County that this access needs to be provided because we need to save a life or we need to, whatever the case may be. And I like that this resolution doesn't tie the sheriff's hands, but he or his designee is able to make that judgment call. And so I think this provides balance, and for that reason, I'll be supporting this amendment.
All right, do we have additional discussion? Mr. Shoemaker, then Mr. Cousineau.
Go ahead, Marty. Just point of clarification, I kind of lost where we're at. We're voting to add this.
So the debate right now is the amendment that Mr. Winfrey offered. That's what the motion is. No. The motion that was made that's on the floor right now is to add these two paragraphs here to the main motion.
I understand.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is who's going to notify the federal government that they have to do this? You can draft a letter letting them know who we send it to, the White House? Is that where we address it? I'm just asking because guess what? You're a federal agency. You're coming in. Unless we notify them, they could come in thinking they're going to need help. They come to Captain Murphy or Sheriff Swanson, and they say, "We need access to this." Oh, you got to get a warrant. Well, that slows down the process. Like I said, we don't have the right to tell them to do it. So, but like I said, if you're going to do it, you better notify them on how you do it. But there were a couple acts I listed last week, and I'm sorry I didn't have those pulled up, that if they really want to push back, you're going to have some fun. And what frustrates me the most, you had ICE operating under the last president, which a lot of you are Democrats. I can list you cases of people, more people still have been hurt and maimed by that administration before. Look it up. Don't believe me. Didn't give a damn there. Didn't give a damn. But because of your hatred for one man, you're like, and the process to lay it out. It's sad. I'm not gonna do it. I'm for the flock cameras, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I am not. And I appreciate you guys. I hope you always know that, because that's BS.
Yes, sir.
He's a co-elected. A few years back, we had COVID. And our health officer at the time said everything's fine, everything's fine. All of a sudden she comes back from vacation and she switches. She says, everybody's gonna wear masks in the county. Now, before that, as a Christian, I was thinking, I wear them because guess what? I want to make people feel comfortable. But when I'm told to, it's a different story. Now, I didn't wear my mask because I was very frustrated because guess what? As I walk behind closed doors, all my commissioners are out in Florida, so we walk in the back room of the office, those suckers come off. And I'm like, hypocrites. I don't wear mine. Somebody says to me, I'm not going to say their name, you have to wear it. And David Layton, our prosecutor, was a corporation counsel at the time. And I asked David, I said, do I have to wear that? Because the proposal she put forward was that all employees. And I said, David, am I an employee? So you get a check? I said, can you fire me? No. And it goes back into I'm an elected. Doesn't mean I can do whatever. You guys can sanction me, you can do whatever. From that point of view, other various things. And the way I run my office, can you tell me I have to be down here so much? Can I tell any of the co-electeds they have to be down here so much? Can't tell them they can be open. But you're going to tell him that guess what? He has to get a warrant. You're going to tell him that he has to get it to us. Like I said, it makes no sense. It just makes no sense. That you want this so bad because it shows something against somebody who, guess what? You think they're out of control places? Look up the facts. Please do that for me tonight. How many more people were hurt or killed under the previous administration from ICE?
Additional discussion. We're back to Commissioner Flewelling.
Just one more thing.
All right.
I wouldn't, but Sean does this all the time, so I'll take the opportunity.
I appreciate the
That was
shout-out.
said lovingly, I think.
Yes. So I want to just kind of throw this out there, make this point for my colleagues. Captain Murphy, how many different sheriffs have you worked for?
I'm sorry?
How many different sheriffs have you worked under?
Two.
Two.
Sheriff Pickell and Sheriff Swanson.
So between those two, would you say there's differences?
Yes, sir.
Operationally, philosophically, right? So what we're discussing right now is an amendment to a resolution that has judgment built into it, based on the judgment of the sheriff or his or her designee. Chris Swanson's sheriff right now. Won't be forever. He'll either move on, move up, or someday retire, not run again, whatever it may be. So what we're doing is we're putting a policy on paper that says we're demanding these things. We're demanding warrants, we're demanding reporting, unless, in the judgment of the sheriff or his or her designee, they determine that there's exigent circumstances involved and it's an emergent need. Captain Murphy's judgment could very well be different than Sheriff Swanson's, or Sheriff Pickell, or whoever's next. And so I caution you to keep that in mind, that while you guys may have it in your mind what this means, and what you're looking for out of it, but you're leaving it up to the discretion of another human being. You know, I'm not going to get political, but obviously our sheriff's a Democrat right now, right? The next one could very well be a Republican. And he's going to look at it different. Like I said earlier, they may say, yep, every single request is an emergency and it has to happen right now, and you'll never see a warrant. And at 23 hours and 59 minutes, you'll get a report saying that we had a request. They met the letter of the resolution, right? Within 24 hours, they told you they had a request. Did you get a warrant? Sure didn't, because they needed it right now. And if we got that request, I'm just one member of this body, but I'm going to tell you right now that Sheriff's Department better not say anything other than we got a request. No more information than that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and we've seen it happen in other places in this country, where if, I don't even care, I'm so tired of people talking about ICE. It could be FBI, it could be ATF, it could be state police, where information was shared with the wrong people, and suspects that were being sought either went to the wind and they were gone, or they went to the mattresses and they were waiting for these guys to ambush them. It has happened. Chicago, Minnesota, Denver, it's happened across this country. We are in such a desperate state of wanting to control the big bad federal government law enforcement and tell them what they can and cannot do. I mean, let's not mind the supremacy clause, whatever. But we're in such a state of pearl-clutching desperation that you could be putting them in danger. There's a potential there. Because with this amendment, it's very gray. It's not real specific, right? You have to have a warrant unless Deputy Dobbs, Captain Murphy, Mike Tavarchik says it's an emergency, waive the warrant, get it right now. You have to have reporting that says federal officials came to us and looking for something. Nothing saying what that reporting is going to say, and you have 24 hours to do it. Well, what do we do if they don't? Right? Brian, you said we have the power of the purse. Awesome. Awesome. You know what? Go fill 12 requests right now and tell us in 2 weeks. What are we going to do? Nothing. We'll take the contract away? Okay. Like I said, you're going to lose 30 cameras. And on your way home tonight, you're going to drive by about 300 of them. But I hope we feel good if we either get rid of the 30 or potentially make their job harder to do. because they're co-elected. They do the work to allow us to sit here and pontificate all night on constitutionality or warrants or the Fourth Amendment, whatever. You know what? Either vote yes or vote no. These guardrails, and I could easily say, you know what, that's cool. You know what, let's just move on, because I don't think this amendment means anything. I don't think it has any teeth. I don't think it has any backing of legal consequence, right? But the fact of the matter is, here we sit. And we talk about doing this, and for what? So we can feel better about ourselves? So when we go back to our districts, we can say, yeah, boy, we did it. We stood up to them. We got something passed that you guys asked for. Means nothing. Go take the cameras down now. Atlas, Vienna, Benton Township. Okay. We accomplished nothing other than putting a financial burden on this county if we get rid of them. Now, several people around this table have said, no, we want to keep them, we support them, we just want this amendment to pass. And in this amendment, in my opinion, you're leaving it up to the discretionary judgment of human beings. Sheriff Swanson will certainly look at it differently than the next sheriff. Sheriff Piquel would have looked at it different than Sheriff Wilson. So as we talk about an amendment, just keep in mind, it's up to the judgment of the sheriff or his or her designee to determine what level these requests rise to. And just for me, if this passes, you get requests and you have to report them to this body, I will personally be pissed if it says anything other than we got a request. Any more information than that is unnecessary and does not need to come to us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have additional discussion? Additional discussion on the amendment? All right, I'll make discussion. I intentionally wait till the end because I'm chairing the meeting. I'm grateful to Commissioner Winfrey for offering the amendment. I raised it initially last week when I was a member of the committee and not chairing, but tonight I'm the chair, so he has led with it. I'm grateful to Commissioner Avery for seconding the motion, and thank you to the Corporation Council for helping us, Commissioner Winfrey and I, get the language to the point where we felt it was lawful. That was a concern raised last week. I know that there's been concerns this week regarding whether we have the authority to do this, and I would only say that we probably just have a difference of opinion. Both of these resolutions related to Flock are inherently about the power of the purse, because we are approving money that the sheriff has requested to do these things. That is what the power of the purse is. So I want to thank the sheriff's office for sitting with me. I've been with Captain Murphy at least twice, it could be more than that, to talk about Flock and the procedures and the policies and the safeguards that our sheriff's department already has in place. I don't want any of this to be taken as a lack of confidence in the sheriff's department. In fact, all 9 of us, I suspect tonight, are going to vote for the main motion, whether it's amended or not. When I spoke with the sheriff and with you, 0 federal requests in the past, several years. Maybe we don't anticipate any federal requests, but given the level of concern in the community and the country over what is occurring with federal law enforcement, whether it's ICE or the FBI raiding election offices in Georgia, or ICE in cities grabbing people or asking them about their citizenship with no reason to do so other than the color of the person's skin or their accent. That's a concern that I have. And so I think we can have public safety and we can have the Constitution at the same time. What a concept. So I am in favor of Flock because it has solved crimes. I've heard you say it. You talked to me about the church bombing or the church attack. So there are other examples. There was a murder, I believe, in Commissioner Shoemaker's district where you tracked a car down to Detroit. Am I right about that?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think that the system has shown itself to solve crimes, and as far as I can tell, these 30 cameras, is that what it is?
Yes.
30 cameras have not been abused by our sheriff's department or by any of the municipalities, the other law enforcement agencies at the local level in Michigan, at the county level, or at the state level. Those are the organizations that ask us for information right now on a regular basis.
That's correct.
In addition to our own folks looking. I haven't sensed any or detected any issues related to that. What my concern is that if we start getting an influx of the kinds of patterns that Dr. Brown spoke to, I want to know it. As one county commissioner, I want to know that it's happening. And, you know, the way it's worded, all we need, you know, as a supporter of the motion, all I need is to be made aware that a request was made. That's what it says. A request was made by a federal agency. Don't want any identifiable information, anything along those lines, so that we know, as the elected Board of Commissioners, if there's a trend and if things are starting to turn in a way that I would not want. And so, again, last week all of us voted for Flock, so this isn't about Flock. And, well, except with Commissioner Brown, who's now done more investigative work. So I'll end with this. I was mightily impressed with you all and the sheriff when Commissioner Lloyd and I were at the jail, and when we were looking at the Flock system, the individual, tell me her name again?
Mackenzie Rose.
Okay, that was operating it. You talked about the policies and the safeguards that you have internal that will protect it in terms of your own employees at the Sheriff's Department. Have confidence in you all. I do not have confidence in some others. Between the rhetoric that's used, that is extraordinarily inflammatory, and the actual actions of acting against people's constitutional rights. So I think this is to me quite a minor step, given we have no requests at the moment, and given that we're allowing the sheriff to say, this is a murder investigation that the feds want to do. You know, maybe it's the U.S. attorney or another agency, and the sheriff can use his great judgment, which I believe he has, to say you can move forward without a warrant. The sheriff also relayed to me things that he said publicly and on the campaign trail in his quest for governor, that he is deeply concerned about constitutional rights, protecting them, and is concerned about some bad apples that are making other law enforcement officials perhaps look bad, knowing that he and you act with integrity. Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Cousineau.
Yeah, I don't mean to, you know, be the last speaker or outdo you or anything, Mr. Chair, but I always like to make it clear why I vote the way I do. I will be voting no on the amendment, but I am be voting yes on the regular, the first resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call vote on that, starting with Commissioner Lloyd?
Commissioner Lloyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Winfrey,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzinger,
No.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Avery, Commissioner Shoemaker,
No.
Commissioner Kuzno,
No.
Commissioner Wayhill,
Yes.
Commissioner Flewelling.
No.
5-4, yes.
All right, the amendment is passed. We're back to the main motion, which is Resolution 2025-2778. Do we have discussion on the main motion as amended?
Point of clarity, don't you have to have 6 if it's brought up from the?
It's brought from the floor.
So can you direct that through me, Mr. Shoemaker? I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm just questioning, point of order. I don't know. I'm just asking myself, when is it required to have 6 people vote to add it compared to 5? I don't know when, so I'm just asking there.
Go ahead.
Your bylaws require 6 votes to add something to the agenda. This was simply an amendment to a resolution that's already on the agenda.
So anything we add,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shoemaker, for that, and thank you, Corporation Counsel. So, Mr. Freeman, we're voting on both of these. So they're both amended. They're amended with that. The original motion, you're right, was the 2 at the same time. So, my apologies. Back to the main motion as amended, which includes Resolution 2778 and Resolution 2833. Is there discussion on the main motion as amended? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay. No.
Shall we do a roll call just to make sure we got it?
Commissioner Winfrey,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzinger,
No.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Avery, Commissioner Shoemaker,
No.
Commissioner Kuzino,
I guess I'm really confused, so I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner Wayhill,
Yes.
Commissioner Flewelling.
No.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-4.
Motion is carried. Those resolutions are now passed.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lloyd. Thank you, Captain Murphy.
I do want to say thank you to the whole board for taking their time in this matter, really serious. A lot of phone calls. He came down, multiple commissioners came down to the sheriff's office and looked into it, and I appreciate that dedication.
We appreciate the relationship with your office and with the sheriff.
Thank you.
under government operations, Mr. Chair, I move item number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 for approval.
Items 3 through 7 under governmental operations have been moved and supported. Is there discussion or are there separations?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make
Mr.
sure
Shoemaker.
Dr. Brown had voted no on 7. I just wanted to make sure.
I did get a response to
Okay,
that, and
thank
I
you. Okay.
was satisfactory.
Thank you.
Is there additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Commissioner Lloyd or Chair Lloyd, do you have any report?
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
as
Shoemaker.
Vice Chair of Government Ops, I would like to bring a motion forth requesting that the Genesee County Clerk's office be open Fridays from their normal hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I need a second.
Support.
It's been moved and supported that the clerk's office be open Monday through, would you repeat it for me, Mr. Shoemaker?
That the Genesee County Clerk's office will be open its normal hours of the week, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
All right.
Let me add to that. Other than holidays approved by the Genesee County Board of Commissioners.
All right. Motion is made and supported. Is there discussion?
I'm just asking you guys, since we can tell people what to do, I got the numbers. You want me to pull them back up when people were on Friday so we can do it? I'm gonna do it for you, because. Someone support? Yeah, I got support.
Yeah, he got
Support.
support from Commissioner Getzinger.
And if not, Brian, you support the clerk being open on Fridays? We didn't, Gary, you did it though. Yeah.
So Commissioner Shoemaker, you have the floor.
So if I go back, and I'm sorry, I've got to pull this up, I apologize. Didn't realize we'd be doing this tonight, but. Might help we put these on. Talk amongst yourselves while we're at it.
Is there discussion while Commissioner Shoemaker is looking for some data points?
Well,
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chair, I think that Clerk Clemens had some information to share with us about the structure and how he would make the office open on Fridays. And I think he wanted to discuss that, but I think he left the room, so he's not able to.
Can I chime in on, no?
No. Commissioner Shoemaker.
October 24th, by the desk downstairs, 54 people came into the clerk's office today. No one was concerned with that, telling him what to do. I brought it up to almost all of you. But you're going to tell the sheriff what to do, because it fits your agenda. I've got a couple other dates here. Let me figure out where it is. I apologize that a lot of communications here. Did I go by it?
Bring up too, if I could, speak on
Go ahead.
behalf of-
Commissioner Avery.
Isn't that something, we are bringing that to, I think, the committee meeting for the next.
So I know Clerk, Register of Deeds, Clemens referenced it when he was up here tonight, that he's got a proposal to bring, yes.
Yes, but he wants another employee. He closed, we didn't cut his budget stayed the same. But out of respect for the clerk, it's his office. Let me go with this, October 14th, 57 people. And there's one for 61 somewhere in there. People coming down here, seniors, we've seen them out there, walking across here, trying to figure out where to park half the time. If you're gonna tell a co-elected what to do, so you're telling our residents not important that they take the day off on a Friday when they come down here if you don't vote for this. That's what you're telling them. It's not important that their time's not important. They have to work Fridays, they do all this other stuff, but because you think you can tell a co-elected, then let's do it. Let's do the right thing. So when our seniors come down here, or somebody takes the time off to come down here, they can actually get seen by the clerk. So, like I said, those are big numbers. I brought them up to other people along this board. It didn't seem to matter before. Because guess what? I didn't push it because I know I can't tell them what to do. But you just passed a resolution that, guess what, told the sheriff's department what he's gonna do. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the ability to do
You're
that.
welcome, Commissioner. Commissioner Cousineau.
Just a point of clarification, being the clerk isn't here. As finance chair, we talked about this, and the funds for the new person is not coming from the general fund. It's coming from a combination of the tech fund and the firearms, concealed weapons, correct, fund. I just wanted to, before you vote, I just want people to understand that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cousineau. Do we have additional discussion? The motion, I think, is to add it to the agenda. Is that?
Commissioner Shoemaker made the motion.
Yeah, but we have to have 6 votes. Is it just 6 votes to pass it, or do we have to add it to the agenda first? Can I get?
The agenda, you have to have 6 votes.
Under the bylaws, it needs to be added to the agenda without any prior notice, going through committee. It needs 6 votes.
So 6 votes to add to the agenda,
6
and
votes.
then a majority to pass it.
Right.
Okay. So the motion, I think, then, the proper motion is to add it to the agenda.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Flewelling.
Myself and Commissioner Cousineau had to step out for a minute. Can you help me out? Where are we at?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll allow the maker of the motion to explain it.
I have put a motion forth requesting, because we have the power now to tell co-electeds what they can do with their department. I put a motion forth requesting that the clerk's office be open Fridays from 8 to 5 p.m., other than holidays or days that we have scheduled or approved off at the county.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, commissioners. Do we have additional discussion on the motion? Commissioner Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I received that same knowledge that you received, Commissioner Cousineau, and so I'm comfortable with adding this to the agenda because I know that there's a way to pay for it. My only concern is if those fees happen to dip at some point, will we still have the money to pay for that extra position? But as for now, I am, and I too have heard complaints about the office not being open on Friday from constituents. And so I don't have a problem with, telling that office that it needs to be open. We are the county. They should be open on Fridays to serve constituents at least Monday through Friday. I'm fine with it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Lloyd, no. Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, question I have, with the discussion I've just heard, is it suggested that the clerk's office is closed on Fridays because they're short one employee? And so by adding one employee, they can open on Fridays? Is that what I'm hearing?
So we don't, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
Well,
I mean, I'm open Monday through Friday, and I'm the only person that works there, so,
Yeah,
I mean.
Well,
Commissioner Brown.
that's one of the reasons I was suggesting that we hear from the clerk so he could explain that nuance, because, you know, if you got folks working Monday through Thursday, have them come in on Friday. My question is, are they working 10 hours Monday through Thursday? If so, why not just default to the normal, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday? So I don't have a problem with adding it to the agenda. I think it may be premature because I think we need to have conversation with the clerk.
Well, I think we can add it to, if I may, just
You
real
may.
quick. Because what I would love to ask the clerk, does he have the same level of staffing in this building as he had in the old one? Maybe. Director of Administration, do you know that answer? Similar, okay. So, hey, I'm just saying, if we're talking that he can't be open Fridays because he's down one person, but he's got the same number of people, should be easier to do more with less, right? Brand new building, better systems. So I would encourage it to either go on the agenda tonight or in the near future so we can have him here to discuss it with him.
Mr. Chairman, I agree that,
Mr. Winfrey.
I mean, this is premature. I think we should allow the clerk to come before us and let him explain about the Fridays.
Mr. Lloyd.
I just want to say this. I understand the sentiment that's being communicated by my colleague. I've also heard the complaints about the clerk's office being open on Friday. I'm inclined to support the motion tonight because I have my thoughts about the previous resolution. We passed it. I supported it. I'm going to be consistent tonight. But I do want to say this. We just need to be very cautious and careful as a board to go down, in terms of us being responsible, to go down a road that I don't believe is a good road for us to go down. We have, and I believe that's the sentiment that's being conveyed tonight, loud and clear. Our co-electeds are elected to operate their offices. They've been designated by our constituents, our collective constituents. And I think that it will be good if we continue to give the due respect to those offices as they should give to our office, while being responsible in our elected capacity to to approve and to monitor and to make adjustments to those budgets if that is our prerogative. So I guess that was a long way around to just say, let's vote tonight. Points have been made. We've taken our positions, but let's leave it here tonight, and then let's get on with the business of the county, and let's continue our practice of having mutual respect between the electeds in Genesee County. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everybody's comments on this. I'm just going to mention a few things that were said here. That we want to give Clerk Clemens the opportunity to speak on this. We did not hear from Sheriff Chris Swanson on what he had felt on it. You didn't give him that opportunity, but you're worried about giving the clerk. Once again, a double standard for where you want to go. It's just ridiculous. And I want to be clear that guess what? It wasn't due because guess what? We cut funds that the clerk's office was closed. But the frustrating part for me is Clerk Clemens has done some wonderful things with some technology, some other stuff. I'm bringing this forward because guess what? I'm pretty sure if he was here, he'd tell me, I don't have the power to tell him when he can open. Just like we didn't have the power to tell the sheriff what he can do. Because I went head to head with that guy in some commissioners meeting. He's a pretty smart young man. Getting old, he's over 30 now, so maybe I don't call him a young man anymore. But the fact is he is. And I believe if he was here, and my goal is not to, guess what, I'd like the office open, but once again, I'm gonna vote for it, but guess what, just like the sheriff said, we don't have the right. Don't have it, I believe. But if we do it, there it is, and we'll have that discussion later. But like I said, he's done a lot of wonderful things. Sorry I have to get to this point, but guess what, when you pass the last one, you're telling me we have the authority to do it? Nobody stopped us, so let's move it all the way through. So I appreciate everybody. And I appreciate everybody's conversation, but once again, you didn't give the sheriff an opportunity to talk if you vote this down. You're saying you voted it down because guess what? Dominique Clemens is not here. Chris Swanson wasn't here. So you can't have it both ways.
So the
can.
sheriff was invited by me.
I understand, but guess what? We didn't get to hear from him.
He was invited.
The clerk was here, but he left.
I can't speak to the clerk. I can speak to what I know I did,
Understood.
inviting the sheriff to come for the discussion specifically on what we just voted on.
Understood.
He's invited last week and this week by the chair of the commission. Just to
No,
make sure
understood.
you know.
Understood. But, like I
So
said,
Commissioner Shoemaker has the floor still.
I know, like I said, I'm sorry, this looks very hypocritical if you don't vote for this. That's all I'm gonna say, because guess what? You said you could do it. You've had people complain. You have the ability to take action right now. So if 40 people walk through the door Friday, they can get service. So let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what Commissioner Shoemaker's saying. It's similar to what I said quite a bit and loudly not too long ago. Co-equal branches of county government. We have now passed a resolution, and I know several people here disagree with me on this, but we've passed a resolution dictating a certain portion of the sheriff department's operations and how they're going to do those. Commissioner Shoemaker wants to force a vote on the clerk being open on Fridays. That's been an issue. I've had calls on it too, sure. Are we next going to set up and I'll make this quick, are we going to set up a workshop so we can discuss the treasurer's office next? He's also the chair of the land bank. We've all had issues with the land bank. So how far are we going to take this?
There you go, right there.
There he is. So how far are we going to take this when it comes to interfering with those statutory
Commissioner
duties of our
Flewelling has the floor.
Would you invite him up to the
Yeah,
podium?
Commissioner Flewelling has the floor, and Mr. Clerk, would you come up?
No, you're fine. Just to finish Commissioner Shoemaker's point, how far are we going to go in interfering with the statutory duties of our co-electeds? We've done it once tonight. We've got Clerk Clemens here. Let's pass this amendment. You're going to be open Fridays. Let's pass this resolution right now, right?
So will someone explain to Clerk Clemens?
I'm done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Clemens, thanks for coming back up.
Absolutely.
So, representing for your basketball team or whatever, or football, I guess it could be. But what we were having a discussion of earlier, we passed a resolution that stated we could tell the sheriff's department that he had to provide us with information and that he had to follow a procedure we put forth. My opinion, as a co-elected, which you are, I fund you, but when it comes to direction of your department, I can't really tell you what to do. I can take those funds away, but I can't do that. So, when we've passed the last resolution, stating that we could, and we believe we have the right to tell the sheriff what to do, I brought your department up. Because, as you know, I don't like that it's not open, but you and I have had discussion. But the fact is, I did that because guess what? I don't believe we have the right to. Which, if I don't have the right to do this, I don't have the right to tell the sheriff at the last do it. So, and if we can do it, then guess what? I'd like you open on Fridays, and we'll go from there. So that's kind of where we are. Sure. I'm glad you're here because I did pay you a compliment a little bit before because I said you're smart enough, you'll know the answer on this right off the bat. So if you would, please fill us in on what we can tell you to do and what we can't tell you to do.
Sure. Well, thank you all for having me. I did step away trying to get some work-life balance, so I was myself at the gym, but still watching the meeting, which is why I was able to quickly get back here. My understanding, and I'll just add to that, you know, that's one of the themes of our office is providing that service and coming in when needed to be. I've come into this office at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to assist our residents. Myself and my staff have come in on Fridays, which I think there's some misconceptions about what gets done on Fridays or not. But directly to Commissioner Shoemaker's question, and my understanding, but I would refer to our corporation counsel, as a former commissioner, these similar questions came up. And my understanding in your role, Al, as commissioners, is that you do have financial oversight over the co-electeds, that we are co-laborers, that it is our ability to make decisions for our departments, but you all set our budget, our funding sources, and our contracts go through you. The one exception that my understanding of that is through state law, that this Board of Commissioners can compel any county co-elected official to come before this board and provide a report in writing or verbally. And if said officer doesn't do that, that is the only spot in state law where you have the power to remove that person from office. Because I looked into that
Do
about
we
my
have-
predecessor.
Well, since we can do that, I got a motion.
What are you about to do, Mr. Lloyd? So the floor is yours if you would like.
No,
it.
no, I'm messing.
Can I just say, the debate, the motion on the floor is whether we add this to the agenda. That is the motion on the floor. Commissioner Cousineau.
I know what the motion is, but as I said before, I'd like to explain the way I vote before I vote.
Okay.
I understand exactly what Mr. Shoemaker is concerned about, and Clerk Clemens come up and really explained the separation of powers very well, and that's what I wanted to address. I have always worked with the co-electeds with the budget. And there's been some headbutting in the past, to put it mildly, of what I've endured in the past. However, I have come to the agreement, and I've always been this way, we have the power to set their budget. I don't tell, and I've said it before sitting here, I do not tell Clerk Clemens how to run his office. I will not do it. I do not tell any other co-elected how to run their office. As finance chair, I take that very serious, to set the budget, and then here's the hard part. Sometimes it's been hard to keep them to the budget. So when Clerk Clemens come to me with this idea, I told him, you can have anything you want, just leave my fund balance alone. So, he did that, and I appreciate that. So, I will be voting, yes, at it, and I'll be voting yes.
Okay, Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Clerk Clemens, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you stated just a bit ago. So we as a body cannot compel you to be open on Fridays, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
But we can pass a resolution to add policies and procedures to the Sheriff's Department operations.
I don't know what the resolution
Yeah,
for the
that just
sheriff
happened.
is.
Don't worry about it.
I wasn't here
I
for
just
that.
wanted to make sure I was clear that we cannot compel the operations of co-electeds.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
At least
You're
that's
welcome.
my understanding. I would prefer that to Corporation Council.
Is there additional discussion on adding this item to the agenda? Commissioner Shoemaker.
I just have one thing. As I stated, if he could come up here, be very articulate, and he would understand it right away, which he does. And as a commissioner, like I stated before, he brings that type of insight all the time. And we had that conversation many years ago about what we could do, because like me, he was very passionate about certain things happening and making sure they were right. But we did understand there was a limit to what we could do. And that's why when I brought it up to you guys before, all this stuff, I said, the only way we can do it is through the budget. And there wasn't the appetite to do that. But you guys now have passed a resolution that said you can do it for the sheriff. So if we do it for the sheriff, we're gonna do it for the clerk. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner Clemens.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And you've already been here far more than the past clerk that I've ever seen. So I appreciate it.
Is there additional discussion? Mr. Lloyd.
But I want to be clear, I'm gonna vote for both of these tonight. I will not support I will not support the defending of any challenges from either of the co-electeds. If they decide not to do what we pass, I'm gonna vote for them because I understand the symbolism of it all, but in seriousness, I'm not gonna support any challenge to it. And again, I want to reiterate on both of these pieces, I think we need to leave them here There was conversation during this debate about not getting the sheriff's sentiment. I can't speak of Commissioner Dr. Brown's conversation. I'm sure she was thorough and complete in her discussions, but I do know that when Commissioner Wayhill and I met with the sheriff and team, that he was asked the question of whether or not he could live with the request, if you will, about providing information about warrants and stuff like that. I know I was concerned about that. I raised it to Commissioner Wayhill as well, so we did ask him about that, and he did respond at that time that, you know, there weren't any concerns with that. If, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if there was opportunity for him to make a decision at his discretion, if he believed that, requiring a warrant, if you will, would somehow append some apparent tragedy or danger that was happening at the time. So that was a long way to say we did ask him that, did get a response, did have a discussion with him on that. Thank you.
Do we have additional discussion? Mr. Flewelling, on adding this to the agenda.
On adding this agenda, okay, just, I know this horse is dead and we're still beating it. With what Commissioner Lloyd just said, the last thing I'm gonna say about this, had conversation with the sheriff. He didn't seem to have a problem with the warrants. At that point, it's up to him to set that internal policy. It's up to him, you can have the conversation, but it's up to him to set the policy for his department.
Yeah, I'm not.
Not us. I just wanted to just throw that out there and I'm done, thank you.
Okay.
Just a response back to him, if I may, Mr.
We
Chair.
really need to keep the discussion to the motion.
Sure. Oh,
But
okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lloyd.
I think it's still. I think it's relevant to the motion because
Oh,
it's been
it's
introduced.
the same discussion we had earlier, but continue.
Yeah, but it's relevant, Mr. Chair, because of the discussion that happened with the colleague and the comparison between the two resolutions. So it's.
I will, you have the floor, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say to my colleague, I actually agree. I don't think we can make the sheriff do it. So I just want to be clear on that. No more than I think we can make the clerk do it.
Do we have additional discussion on adding Commissioner Shoemaker's motion to the agenda?
I can do it now or later, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to talk to Corporation Counsel, so if you want me to do it.
Say one more time.
I want to talk to ask Corporation Counsel just a question.
On this item or once
On
it's
this-
added to the agenda?
On this item, adding it to the agenda and, well, I guess, I can ask it later, it's fine. Well, if we want to add it, if we want to vote to add it, I can add it later. It's
Okay.
fine.
Any more discussion on adding it to the agenda? Commissioner Cousineau,
Can I have the last word?
you may. I think you just had it.
I just want people to smile a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Well-
the night's wasted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk / Register of Deeds, for joining us. One way or another, we'll look forward to a proposal from you about serving the public on Fridays. Sounds like that's on its way one way or another.
It's on its way. If we want to do it now, we can. I'd love to get a position
We'll-
funded.
we'll
And
look
I'll just
forward-
say for the record, I don't normally come to a board meeting in sweatpants, nor have my glasses not match my shoes. So there's a first time for everything.
All right. Let's do a roll call on this, Madam Clerk, if you would. So a yes vote is to add the topic to the agenda, and then we will have further debate. A no vote is to not add it to the agenda.
Commissioner Lloyd,
Yes, to add it to the agenda.
Yeah.
Commissioner Winfrey,
No.
Commissioner Getzinger,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown. Yes. Commissioner Avery, Commissioner Shoemaker, Commissioner Cousineau,
Yes.
Commissioner Wayhill,
Sure, what the heck?
Commissioner Flewelling.
Yes.
Motion passes 8
All right.
to 1.
So now we have before us, would you,
We'll move the motion.
okay, and this is, if you would restate it, especially so the clerk can hear it.
That we require the Genesee County Clerk to open on Fridays from 8 to 5 p.m. other than holidays or days off approved previously by the Genesee County Board.
Support.
Moved and supported. Shoemaker Brown, is there discussion on the motion? Commissioner Cousineau.
Are we authorizing him to hire the person? Do that? Because he didn't mention it there.
That is not what's part of my motion, but if we want to be here for a
But,
long
that's-
conversation, we can have it.
I want to know what I'm voting
No,
for.
no, it's just what I started with the first one. But I'm sorry, you were out, so, and I repeated to Brian, that's all it is.
Okay, all right, we're just,
So
Open on Fridays.
understood, thank you.
you're welcome. Commissioner Lloyd.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Clerk, so you'll be bringing a proposal for the staff persons that the positions you need funded, or you'll be requesting to?
Yeah, so it's already in the Legistar system, again, fully funded through the Concealed Pistol License Fund and the Technology Fund in the Register of Deeds office. I believe it's slated for committees in April and a full board meeting in April, but we might as well bring the proposal, go all the way and do the position and the opening on Friday. So saves me from coming to another board meeting.
Commissioner Brown. I'm sorry, were you done, Commissioner?
Oh, no, I'm done.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. So tell us about the work schedules now with the staff that you currently have. Are they working 40 hours over 4 days? And if that's the case, why can't they just do 8 hours a day, 5 days a week?
Sure, so the staff are currently working 40 to 55 hours, 4 to 6 days a week. Many of our staff come in overtime on Fridays and Saturdays. So the fact that we're not open to the public does not mean that the staff are not in the office on Fridays. But as you all probably imagine, and I know I've invited many of you to come tour and be a part of conversations in our office, I don't think we're able to take that up. But if you see the operations of the clerk's office, what we do is much more intensive than just the work that you see at the counter and the servicing the counter. It's a very important part of the work that we do. But for every task that happens at the counter, a 3-minute interaction with the resident is actually about 20 to 25 minutes of work behind the scenes that needs to be done. Looking at our current staff capacity and looking at things at hours, we are short physically the amount of hours to have the counter to have full coverage 5 days a week. Now, we could, at the current staffing, have the coverage of the counter being open 5 days a week, but then instead, we would be taking longer to do all of those back desk things. So an example of that, when an individual comes in to get a concealed pistol license, them coming, filling out the application, 5 minutes, doing fingerprints, which does take about 15 minutes, that 20 minutes, once that customer leaves, we have a lot of back work desk to be done. If the staff are spending all of that time at the counter, that'll be less time that they'll be doing that back desk. So while yes, that individual can come in on Friday and apply for their CPL license, instead of getting it in a week's time, it'll take 2 to 3 weeks for them to get it. So at some place, there is going to be a bottleneck. We recognize that there's that bottleneck, and right now we're trying to streamline both the counter processes as well as the back of office processes to provide service as efficiently as possible at the counter, as well as the process that needs to be done to get these services completed. The proposal to create one additional staff person, that staff person will be focused primarily on a lot of these back desk procedures that staff that are on the counter spend part of the day on the counter and then part of the day not at the counter, to free up a physical amount of hours to allow us to have our staff be servicing the counters 5 days a week. I would love to take it a step further, and not just for my department. I would say if we want to go to the true spirit of servicing the residents of Genesee County, we talk about the folks that only have Friday off and can come to the office. I know Commissioner Shoemaker mentioned some numbers, 40, 50, there's a day of 60. But I'm in the community every single day, folks that are working Monday through Friday, that the only time that they could get to the county is on a Saturday or Sunday. So if we really want to be true to the values of what we're saying right now, we should be opening the county 7 days a week.
So Commissioner Brown still has the floor, if she wishes to keep it.
I'm done, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Flewelling, then Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might as well ask questions I had before you got back here. So, just for the sake of the public, a couple questions that I had before you come back. Exactly why, reiterate why you're not open Fridays right now.
Right. So the biggest thing, there are multiple factors to that, but the primary factor of that is with the number of staff that we have, and I don't have the exact numbers prepared because I thought we were going to be doing this in April. There's If you are my staff person, you're not spending a full day at the counter. Part of the day is at the counter. The other part of the day is doing the things that you did at the counter, processing all of those back paperwork. We do not physically have the number of hours with all of our staff, the number of people that take off,
So Friday,
FMLAs.
sorry to interrupt you, but so Friday's your catch-up day, Friday, Saturday?
Basically.
Okay.
Yes.
Is your staff today the same numbers it was in the old building?
No.
You've lost staff?
I personally have not lost staff, but the Office of the Clerk has lost staff over the last 7 years.
Well, yeah, okay. So when you were open 5 days a week,
Mhm.
how many staff members were in the clerk's office, registered deeds?
When I came in and I opened the office 5 days a week for my predecessor, who was open 3 days a week, we had 2 additional staff than what I have right now.
Okay. That's the question I had earlier, because when the conversation began, it was indicated that this one additional staff person could allow you to be open Fridays. So I just wanted to understand why that is. When you used to be open 5 days, now you're down to 4. This one
And
staff
so the
person,
little bit
you're
of
saying
context to that, and I take full responsibility of that. When I came in as clerk register, I did combine a couple of positions, and I reduced my own staff. And now we're finding the need for those additional staff, even though they're kind of placed in other things. I also, as a commissioner, was very critical of my predecessor when the clerk's office was only open 3 days a week. Now that I've been in the position, I understand why he was only open for 3 days a week. And one of those 3 days a week was also a partial day with the staff that he had. So I also was in your shoes and was asking the same questions, then spending years in the clerk's office, understanding the back desk procedures that were happening, the need for these staff or a flexible work schedule.
Now, I can only speak for myself, one voice out of 9, but it sounds as though everyone here has heard from the general public that they want you open Fridays. So my biggest piece of advice would be, bring us something that makes that happen.
Right, which I've done that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have Mr. Shoemaker and then Mr. Kuzino, in that order.
Do you want to go, Marty?
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm going to correct maybe a little bit about what I said, being as I understand a little bit better what I missed when I went out the room. I don't have a problem at all with his recommendation to hire another person and fund it through the mechanism that he's talking about. The motion, the way I understand it, is to order him to open up on Friday. And as I stated earlier, I will not tell a co-elected what to do. That's how I base some of my opinion on an earlier vote, so I will vote no on this. I will not order him to do it, and I'm assuming, I'm hoping, that somebody then turns around and makes a motion granting him hiring one person and funding it through the mechanism. I'm done.
So, okay, well, I've got Mr. Shoemaker and then Mr. Flewelling.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to piggyback off what Marty just said. I agree with him completely. The conversation has taken place, but he's in charge of his department. He's a co-elected. If he brings to us a position to hire one person and open on Fridays, then I will vote yes for that. But I will vote no on compelling him to be open Fridays just based off of our desires. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bad habit. Clerk Clemens, you mentioned open Saturday and Sunday. One thing, we have unions, and I don't think that go really well with our contracts we actually have with them right now. 2, I believe on Sundays, there's a state statute about Sundays in government buildings, but I could be wrong. As far as that goes, you mentioned something about overtime. And now I have an email from Crystal. Now it's mid-February. As far as how much overtime you have in your department, how much were you saying you had?
So in my elections division, there's $2,500. In the Register of Deeds division, $7,000 plus an additional $3,000, so $10,000. And I believe there's also $10,000 in vitals. So
Is that what you have in your budget, or is that how much you've used?
that's how much I have in the budget total.
And you said you've had to have people work overtime. I think that's what I heard.
Correct.
How much do you think you spent of that as of right now?
I believe we're tracking right around 40 to 50% of that overtime.
As of what I've got from our chief financial officer, as of in your first couple weeks open, you were you had $103 from there. So, you know, I'm just I'm trying to understand that we can't be open because we can't have staff, and we can't get enough staff to be open, and so they have to work overtime or whatever if you have to do that. I'm totally in favor of your future proposal, because we've talked about it, and I appreciate you calling me, and I understand how you're gonna fund it. Heaven forbid somebody doesn't change the law and people don't have to pay for the right to actually arm themselves, which is something I would totally support, but we'd lose a lot of funds. Because what's it cost for the permit now to file?
So it's a really good point. The current cost for a concealed pistol license is $115. Now, a portion of that does go to the state. We keep the remainder. And I know, Dr. Brown, you asked a question earlier before I was here about the sustainability of that. If we look at just the concealed pistol license fund alone, there's over $1.5 million fund balance. And we're adding roughly $30,000 to that every year, the fund balance, because of the revenue we're getting from that. We also have a fund balance in the tech fund that is continuing to grow. So we have, if things stayed exactly the same, this would be able to fund itself in perpetuity. If we did see some larger dips, we would have to reevaluate. There are portions of other positions that are funded out of the CPL fund. We also pay for parts of the supplies, and things like the entire record management system, the backbone of the clerk register's office. A portion of that is paid out of the CPL fund. So if we did see a major change, there has been proposals that aren't going anywhere in the state legislature to reduce the CPL fee to $30. There's some to make them free. There's some to get rid of CPLs altogether and make Michigan an open carry fully state. We would have to cross those bridges when we get there. But right now, in the current funds, let's say we didn't bring in another dollar into the CPL fund, just in of itself, that $1.5 million fund balance would hold us over for several years.
Thank you.
More than several.
Is there additional discussion?
May I continue?
You may.
Thank you. Not anymore. Thank you, Clerk Clemens. I appreciate you being here. This is Corporation Counsel. Brian, if we pass this, we pass the other, because we agree we can tell somebody as a co-elected what to do. Let's say they challenge it. What would their process be to challenge this?
I would need time to research that issue, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. One other question.
You know me well, Shoemaker.
Yes. One other one, if I may. Is there any ramifications for board members that pass this if we are in error? Or any consequence? Like the last resolution too.
I would need to research that also, but generally, the legislative members are absolutely immune. You have absolute immunity for things you do during this process.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Do we have additional discussion?
Can I ask a question on the corporate council?
Yes.
Would that absolute immunity include co-elected if they chose not to follow a resolution of the Board of Commissioners?
I would have to do the research on that.
Thank you.
I like the new Brian. So let me just make sure the motion is you're open 8 to 5 on Fridays, but isn't it really 8 to 4?
So we're currently open to the public 8 to 4, Monday through Thursday. So this resolution would change that. This resolution
Just for
also,
Friday.
Just for Friday. This resolution also doesn't take into consideration if we needed to close for staff meetings or other purposes, or if systems go down. According to this resolution, we would just be open regardless if the power was on or not.
So, Mr. Shoemaker, given that it's an 8 to 4 schedule, would you want to?
Well, here, that brings up a great issue, because where I got the hours was I pulled up Genesee County Commissioner hours, and you know what popped up? 8 to 5 on some website. So I'm trying to find it again, and it had your lovely picture on it. So somewhere we're telling residents it's 8 to 5.
Yeah.
So
that's a great point, that we should be making sure we're using the county website and not artificial intelligence that might give false information.
No, that was right. That was right from a site.
Okay, so the motion is, as it was originally stated, unless someone wants to change it.
I don't mind with, I will revise it, because if that's where
It's
they're at
consistent
now.
with his other hours.
Their hours, yes, so you come
Okay.
down,
And
I revise it.
I don't remember, it was Dr. Brown that seconded it. You're okay with that modification, I take it. Is there additional discussion? And a question for you, Mr. Clerk. I know that your proposal to do this is in the system.
Correct.
I assume then that it would be before the Finance Committee on April the 8th?
I believe that is the
The
plan,
next
so long
date?
it gets approved through Legistar,
Okay,
which I believe it's gone through all the Legistar steps.
okay. So the financing mechanism for what we're talking about tonight will be presented to us that evening.
Correct.
And if approved by a majority, will wind up on the full Board of Commissioners meeting the following week,
Correct.
the 15th, for a vote.
Right.
All
And
right, thank
then
you.
We'd move forward from there.
Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hey,
Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Commissioner Winfrey? No. Commissioner Getzinger?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Avery?
Yes.
Commissioner Shoemaker?
Yes.
Commissioner Kuzno?
This is telling him to open on Friday? No.
Commissioner Wayhill?
No.
Commissioner Flewelling?
this isn't adding it to the agenda. This is,
No, we've already done that.
okay. No,
Was that no?
no.
Commissioner Lloyd?
I said I vote yes, so I'm voting yes.
Madam Clerk, what is our tally?
Passes 5-4.
And Commissioners, I respectfully decline your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate you coming out of
We tried to compel you.
wherever you were.
Couldn't remove him though, right?
So do we have, Mr. Shoemaker, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm just trying to say it's the slippery slope when we start doing this stuff. If he doesn't follow what we're doing, what will we do? Just like if the sheriff doesn't follow what we asked him to do, this is Corporation Council. What is our recourse?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lloyd.
if I may. So we've had a lot of discussion about this, and I think that, I think everybody's clear on the various sentiments, and I think everybody's done a great job of making every point that's been made. My suggestion is we don't even have them go down that road, because we're still on the record. I mean, at the end of the day, either of the clerk or the sheriff could push back and say, no, I'm not doing it, because you don't have the authority to do it. And I think that's what you're getting to. But going down the road, because I don't want this to become a news story and all of that, where folks are, where he answers your question. You understand what I'm saying? I don't mean to go on and on. I just don't think it's necessary.
But as a commissioner who voted for it to be carried out, I want to know what my recourse is to carry out to make him open up. Because we passed it for one. What's good for one is good for everybody else.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be a spoiler sport, but I call for the order of the day. We do have an agenda before.
We do indeed. Mr. Shoemaker,
Nope. Here's where I'm at. I just want to know. He probably doesn't know tonight, so it would be real simple. Instead of doing that to me,
yeah.
you could have just said, figured he doesn't know tonight.
let's have the Corporation Council respond and then continue with our meeting.
I would need to look into that, and just let me add, on the sheriff's part with the flock cameras, I was asked a discrete question on whether or not the board had the ability to enforce that provision that was added. And I'm glad Commissioner Lloyd spoke up, because I keep my conversations confidential. And it was my understanding that the sheriff was consulted, and the sheriff didn't have a problem with that. And my advice was, this board has the power of the purse, and if the sheriff is asking to spend money, strings can be attached to that. I think that differs from what is going on right now with just a resolution to compel him to open his office that isn't attached to any budget or compensation or any of the that situation. So I would need to do some research on your question.
Thank you.
All right. So you're going to have to help me with whether we need a vote on this, or do I just rule on it? My ruling is the Corporation Counsel has explained himself, and we need to continue with the meeting.
Yep, I have a secondary motion.
Say again?
I have another motion put on the floor, which I'm allowed to do.
I didn't
I
hear
have
him.
another motion to put on the floor.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Huh.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair,
Please state your motion, Mr. Shoemaker.
You just stated that the only recourse we have is budgetary. So they're up 20% less of the hours, we should cut the budget 20%. That's our recourse if he doesn't do what I want. Or what we voted on. We passed it, that he should do that. So, there's not the sentiment for it, but I'm just letting you know, this is where we're so wrong, because I keep bringing these points up where we're off on the one we passed before. So, I appreciate everybody. Like I said, I'm just extremely frustrated. It's rules for thee and not for me. And it just drives me crazy.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. So I didn't hear a motion.
I know.
Okay, no motion. I heard from Chair Lloyd earlier that there's no report under governmental operations. Let us move on to the Human Services Committee, chaired by Commissioner Charles Winfrey and Vice Chair James Avery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Support.
All right, consent agenda has been moved 1 through 4. Are there any separations? No separations. Any discussion? I'll say I'm glad to see the Veterans Resource Rallies coming to Swartz Creek. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Dr. Brown.
Comment on item number 4, that I think this $500,000 annually to the Greater Flint Health Coalition, I'm hoping and praying that this money will help go toward programs to help keep our community healthier, because we need to be healthier. As we just heard that conversation, the lengthy conversation earlier about healthcare costs going up, we have to be compelled as a society to be healthier. And this is one of those things that will allow the community access to healthcare questions, and they will serve as a broad clearinghouse for all things health. So I encourage the community to take advantage of the services offered at the Genesee, Flint, at the Greater Flint Health Coalition, because the county is paying for it, and we do want a high return on this investment by helping citizens get healthier. So we don't have to pay, so that the healthcare costs don't rise as much as they are right now.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion is carried. Chair Winfrey, do you have a report? No report tonight. Public Works Committee is now on deck. Commissioner Brian Flewelling, Chair. Commissioner James Avery, Vice Chair. Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do need to make one change to the agenda. Item number 8 needs to be dropped because that's a duplicate resolution from one that was on finance.
Okay. So dropping number 8.
Yes, sir.
Without
So I would
objection.
offer 1 through 7, 9 and 10 as a consent agenda with separations.
Support.
Please remove 9 if we would.
So
Separating number
let
9.
me restate the motion. 1 through 7, 9 through 10 were moved and supported. We have a separation of number 9.
Please.
Any other separations? All right. Any discussion on the motion 1 through 7 and 10? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Commissioner Flewelling, you are recognized to move item 9.
Resolution 2026-0236, approval of a request by Genesee County Parks and Recreation for a contract amendment with Michael Van Valkenburg Associates for a total contract amount not to exceed $1,571,800 for the design and project. We got support?
All right, moved and supported. Is there discussion? Commissioner Shoemaker.
As I've stated before, these are still taxpayer funds that are going to this, whether we receive them in a grant or not. This project down there has been just a large way for us to bail out General Motors for sticking us with a property that was poisoned by their practices in the past, and the state of Michigan and the federal government and the taxpayers of our state and our country have paid to clean this up, and this is just a continuation of it. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no again.
All right. Do we have additional discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Flewelly?
I don't see Patrick, so maybe Josh can answer this one.
Direct deputy.
We got a deputy here? Oh, perfect. Yes, question for you.
If you would approach and identify your name and title for us.
Yeah, way to hang in there.
It's your big moment.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
May I suggest that we get an espresso machine somewhere close by for future meetings? Go ahead.
So, I see that it's an amendment amount. How much is this change order for? What was the original amount?
If you look at the original amount, I believe was for $892,000, with a second resolution adopted to increase that for an additional $655,800, and then this amount adds on an additional $24,000.
Another 24,000?
Correct.
Okay, so this is for just simply designing and project management?
Geotechnical services, they're doing soil gas investigations and as-needed consulting. So,
repeat that again for me, please.
Yes, of course. Geotechnical services, soil gas investigation, and additional as-needed consulting for the Chevy Gardens Playgarden project.
Okay, so when I hear geotechnical and soil and gas studies, so we're talking about contaminated ground?
Talking about potential contaminated ground, as far as my understanding goes, everything that is contaminated is underneath the hard cap at Chevy Commons.
Okay, everything's contaminated down there, but, so what happens when they spend this $1.5 million to investigate? Then what do we do? Then what's the potential cost for remediating it?
I don't have those figures with me, but I can get them to you.
I would like to see that, for sure.
All right, I've got Commissioner Kuzino.
Once again, I'm too old. This project has been going on for a lot of years, and before it got passed, it went through the county due to legal reasons, and it ended up with the state. And part of my concerns back in those days was to make sure that the county was held innocent, if you will, for lack of better words. If that hard cap ever got broken, and the EPA would never give me a real good answer, my question is, this testing has to pass through the hard cap to test, correct?
Depending on what we're actually testing. As I know right now, there was some initial testing done, but nothing past that initial testing has figured out what's going on.
I would like to table this to my colleagues, waiting for that answer. I make a motion to table this.
Support.
Moved to table, supported.
Postpone?
Postpone?
Be a better word.
Okay, would you like to do that for a date certain, to
Next committee meeting.
committee meeting for Public Works?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to postpone to the April 8th Public Works Committee, moved and supported. Is there discussion? Postponement. Commissioner Flewelly.
With what Commissioner Kuzno said, yeah, I would like to know also, are they doing core samples? Are they doing anything like that that is going to penetrate that hard cap and actually get down into the contaminated soil and potentially risk that containment?
I don't want to speak into this project fully because I'm still learning about this project. So.
Sure. No, you can let us know when it comes back.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's one of the things I'd like to know.
Okay, I'll talk with Director Linehan then.
Did you give us your name when you stepped up?
Jeff Johns, Deputy Director.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion. excuse me,
Anything
Commissioner
time
Getzinger.
sensitive with this? As of no right now, no. Eagle's been involved, EPA's been involved, so we're getting all our permits through Lara, so.
Right, additional discussion on the motion to postpone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I appreciate you. It appears we have no unfinished business, no new business. We